Arena, Scion, and Agrippnacoma, aka Tom. These players are looking incredible. I mean, taking down Flower Fairy, very special in its own right. Agrippnacoma, I mean, he came out first in the group which had Scion and Flower Fairy in them, so gotta say, these players are kind of looking the best. I do think if Flower Fairy was here, he would have put up a good fight as well, of course, but hey, it's nice to see some other players get a spot in the spotlight here. Now, talking a little bit about these players here, Agrippnacoma currently sitting at around 24-34 on ladder when I checked this morning, has a 24-37 peak, so actually pretty close to his peak right now. 510 wins, so playing a lot, that's for sure. Now, Scion, he's got some crazy numbers. 2579 peak. I mean, honestly, that's probably like top 5 peaks of all time in like current MMR numbers, basically. And he's got 621 wins, so kind of crazy. He even has more wins than like B-Man, for example. And we all know B-Man plays a lot of Mechabellum, so Scion's going to be on top of his game. Now, to talk about their playstyles, Scion is a hot dog enjoyer. He's also a worm enjoyer. He took down Flower Fairy with a crap ton of worms with like Strike Tech, of course, Replicate. So that's really cool. His tagline is Oil and Fire. So, of course, that's very prevalent in the meta right now. Oil is just as strong as ever. Now we have hot dogs. And I don't know, Mustangs are also pretty prevalent. So, knowing the fire and oil dynamics, very important. We've also seen some wonderful War Factory usage from him and loves redeploys. Now, Agrippnacoma, aka Tom, I think he likes his scaling boards. Like, I've seen him use a lot of melters, fortresses. Also see him use quite a bit of Mustangs, which do scale quite nicely as well. But even though he goes for these long-term scaling boards, I do think he's like a bit of a tempo player as well. He's kind of known for finishing off his opponents really early, round 6, round 7, especially in Season 2. Maybe a little slower this season. And he's got like a really untidy heat map, so, you know, just not quite as methodical as some of the other players. I think he's sort of freestyling, which is pretty cool. I mean, we've seen a lot of strong tournament players operate in this manner. For example, Monks comes to mind. Really fast player, but completely deadly in tournaments. And his tagline, Agrippnacoma's, is Standard Andy. And I mean, it's true to an extent. I think like deep down, he's a scaling, sort of greedy player. But these days, the 201 players actually play quite a bit of aggro. We've seen this shift for probably numerous reasons, but one of them is just the starting packs. I mean, balls have been really popular. We've seen a lot of the HPs of the starting units shift around. We've seen some nice SPC balance as well, specialist balance, that is. So with Mechabellum changing so much, I mean, the players are adapting. We've seen players like Steel Sane, who was in the round of 4, also playing a little bit more aggro. We've seen some classical aggro players slowing things down, playing standard as well. So very cool to see here. We've got the Rooster Raid. Welcome on in, everybody. What a crazy day we have today. Scion and Agrippnacoma, Grand Finals. Let's go. I'm very excited to get this one going. Got Rooster in the call. What's up, Rooster?
What's up? I'm excited.
Indeed. This is going to be really cool. We've got the player cards on the screen now. I was just going over a bunch of details about them in the pre-show here. So Scion, he likes oil and fire. We know he likes hot dogs. War Factory is his favorite unit. That's definitely true. Tom's, he's got the Raiden and a standard Andy with supply specialist. So I think these are pretty true. I think Scion is using oil and fire quite a bit here. And I was mentioning how important that is in the current meta with, you know, basically a bunch of the good units being prone to fire. Like Mustangs are really popular right now. Even like Burning Hounds is pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it quite a lot, right? I did ask Scion in the interview, I think, about Oil Rays, and he said that's not a unit. So maybe we won't be seeing the newly buffed tech, but we might see some usage of oil, some usage of hot dogs. I'm really excited for this. I want to ask you, do you have a prediction? Are we going to go 7 games? Are we going to have a repeat of Season 1 and Season 2? And is this just going to be a clean sweep? And if so, who are you favoring?
Wow, that would be extremely cursed if we had another 4-0. I can't believe we even had 2 4-0s in a row. That's actually crazy in its own right. But anyways, I'm going to go with Scion here. I do think Tom is an extremely good player. Like, honestly, one of the top dogs in the world. But Scion's peak right now on ladder is 2579. That's like close to Flower Fairy level peaks. They're both sitting at a pretty similar MMR right now. And I was talking about some of their stats here. Like Scion has 621 wins on the current ladder. That's a lot of playtime. But Agripnokoma is at 510 just behind him. So these players are on top of their game. And then looking at the heat maps here, I mean, look at the untidiness here from Tom. Scion's is a lot more neat, huh?
Yeah, it's very methodical, is what that is.
Yeah, kind of
And
crazy.
I think if we pick up Flower Fairy's map, it looks very similar. So yeah, it's nice to see a player like that kind of step up and carry the torch because of course the season 2 champion isn't with us today. Let's have a look at these packs. Game 1, best of 7.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, what are we going to pick here? Gripnokoma's a standard Andy, so yeah, he picks his favorite specialist. Sledges are wonderful in a standard matchup here. I don't think he'll be playing aggro.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we've seen from 201 is sometimes they will try and play spider openers aggressively, and they'll try to go for some Arclight Saber openers as well. I feel like they're even more willing to play Saber aggro than some of the other regions.
That's actually a good point. I never thought about it that way, but yeah, I would say like the 501 players, or at least non 201 players, when they see Saber packs, they actually like avoid them like the plague.
Yeah, I usually you won't see me picking that. Like, I'm going to be completely honest. No, thank you.
All right, we're getting started here. Those were some fast deployments. This vertical fang is actually kind of interesting to me between these two sledgehammers.
Yeah, a, I guess it's just to make sure that he pulls everything towards the middle, and that might help the sledgehammers clear the chaff a bit more easily.
I think so too. Yeah, it's just funneling everything to the middle, giving sledges a little bit more splash because when sledges shoot one crawler at a time, it is so painful.
Well, usually I think sledgehammers here do come out on top, but that level 2 Arclight and
Yeah,
perhaps
makes
some
a
good
huge
positioning
difference.
from Scion, yeah, taking the first round here. And keep in mind, neither of them has a lot of hit points, both starting at 4.1k. If one of them runs away with it, it could be over fast in game 1.
Indeed.
Oh boy.
Subsidized Arclight. Man, what a card to show up on round two.
Wow, it's Scion not going for it. I guess he does have triple Arclight already, so a little bit hard to get use out of it, but I feel like subsidized Arclight, especially for this 201 long-range playstyle, is a dream come true.
Absolutely. We are having a bit of a technical issue on our end, so if you could please give us some some clue as to what's happening.
Well, we can try and update you on what's happening. Just some more chaff being picked up here behind the towers, an Arclight or two for a Gripnokoma, of course, one in the middle, one on the right side. And a pretty tame round, I would say, from Scion. Utilizes the laser sight that he picked up on his level 2 Arclight. Trying to create a bit of a raid boss there. And a very forward missile from a Gripnokoma to try and punish this positioning from Scion will hit. And I think we'll call that worth.
All right, we're getting back into it, guys. I've loaded up on my client as well, so we can give you some radio mecha while we wait here. All right, we're good, I think. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, Arclights will be fine. I mean, that level 2 Arclight, despite getting hit, doing just fine this round. Won't quite be able to finish the job, but I think it did an admirable job, considering it had half of its hit points.
So both players took the subsidized Arclight?
No, only Agrip Nakoma did, and Scion went for a laser sight instead.
Okay, okay. That's interesting. I feel like subsidized Arclight is pretty scary to skip on round two.
Yeah, I was feeling the same, but I guess Scion started with triple Arclight, so might be hard to get some value out of that. And trying to build a raid boss Arclight from the looks of it.
Yeah, not a bad move,
Those
honestly.
quad marksman. Okay, well, fast pickup from Agri. Are we going to get that? Oh, okay, Scion opting to go for Arc Worm instead. Looks like we are a little bit ahead of the broadcast here.
Yeah, maybe until we catch up, you could watch the Twitch stream or something and just cast from there. I
Will
don't
do,
know.
will do.
Maybe that's the right way to go.
Okay, there we go. I think it has now been caught up. Deployments are visible.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, indeed, 4
It is going to
marksmen
be,
and
yeah,
a
into
worm.
level 2 sandworm though. That intensive training being put to good use.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Scion loves his worms too. I was making a note of that because he took down Flower Fairy in one of those best of threes to eliminate Flower Fairy, and he had like 5 blendered worms with strike technology and I believe replicate.
It's still a pretty good strat. It really hasn't gone anywhere. And in these type of scenarios where your opponent goes for small units, goes for
Oh,
marksman, it works a treat.
absolutely. It's really strong into sniper units, which is a bit counterintuitive. Like maybe Phoenixes with like charge shot, for example, have a shot, but once the worms get enough levels, like things like marksman are not really enough.
Yeah, phoenixes tend to do a bit better, especially because, well, the worm can't shoot up. But actually, it is going to go down here. Wasn't expecting that with a level 2 worm on round 3, but I guess the amount of deployments from Agri coming out on top.
Yeah, we'll see if that maintains the case. There is a barrier here, which is a really weird item on the worm due to its underground burrowing, but yeah, looks like it's a skip there. Just need the money.
The thing is, Scion got into worm so early, he hasn't really gotten to, yeah, exactly, the Arclight range, which will be picked up now.
Yeah, I do like that, especially with like this level 3 Arclight. That's kind of like a crazy raid boss in the making here, especially if we see some techs like Elite Marksman.
Might still be some rounds away. I mean, he has 3 leveled Arclights, but you'd probably want to see at least 2 more before you consider attacking that. And, well, you have to give some attention to the Sandworm too. Something like Replicates, maybe a couple more. Could even try and just use them for chaff clear with that strike you mentioned.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, another Stormcaller. That's interesting. I would have thought the priority here is getting those extra 2 Arclights just so like the wings of the board are covered, but yeah, interesting move. Okay, we're going for like asymmetry here. Like we have much more resources on the right here. Like not only is the laser there, of course, but an extra Stormcaller, the blue worm, looking really strong over there.
And have a look at Agripnocoma's board. He really hasn't done too much about the Sandworm. Just going for some more Arclights, trying to make use out of that subsidized Arclight card, and we get one level 1 Steel Ball.
Oh, okay. Using steel balls to counter worms can work, but it's really sketchy. Like especially into something like replicate, where every time you unburrow, you create a little larva. Can be quite problematic to get those lock-ons.
Yeah, this is a pretty greedy play. I thought he would just kind of call maybe the bluff or like take the loss and invest into an Arclight board and then maybe wait for the unit drop. But we'll try to make the best out of the steel balls, but the worm
Oh
doesn't really
man,
care about them.
that worm is such a beast. Not even half health here. And he still have the big arc lights as well. Sure, he loses the left, but this debuff, not super relevant. And we're going to get
Is
our
the
own debuff,
worm
I think.
going to go to tower? I don't think it is.
Oh, yeah, not quite. But I think it's got the
It
round
has some
here.
pretty good locks and it levels again by itself.
Wow.
Keep in mind, intensive will be back off cooldown, so that could be a level 4 sandworm.
Yeah, I expect this to be a pretty worm heavy game. I wonder if we need to go into the sky here for Agrippnocoma.
I mean, the only problem is, even if you do, can you save your ground units before the
True,
worm
yeah.
goes down?
Yeah, you have your tower to protect as well. So if you go into the air, sometimes your tower is just exposed.
Triple Phoenix here is a very nice card for Scion. Typically, if you play Arc Worm, your one weakness is that your anti-air isn't the best, but with Triple Phoenix, that should be fine, and we get the Wraith pickup instead from Agri, just going to sell out of that one.
Yep, just cash here. We're taking the replicate technology on the sandworm. That's the larva one I was mentioning. Typically, just like a tech that's never bad with sandworms, and it does scale with level. So this level 3 worm is going to make a really tanky larva.
Yeah, it's, I think, the first tech that you always want to click with Replicate, especially in these types of games, because the only thing you're somewhat scared of is a melter showing up and killing your sandworm. But with the larvas, You can prevent them from locking on early, and typically the sandworms will end up winning.
Absolutely. We have a temp range, by the way, for Gripnacoma here. Oops. Picks up some Mustangs, which is a little surprising. I actually did notice that a Gripnacoma does love Mustangs. So I'm starting to become less surprised by moves like this, but still, it doesn't seem that strong in this board.
I mean, Mustang is a good unit, and it definitely has some use cases here against the enemy board, but I feel like it's getting a bit ahead.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, goes for the intercept against the triple Stormcaller, but he needs some type of DPS here. Like that level 4 sand or level 3 sandworm isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, for me, it didn't feel like the priority. So I guess we're on the same page there. I mean, let's see if the worm has any chance of being killed here. I guess the Phoenixes need to live to kill the Wraith, but I think that'll be no problem. Yeah, already locking onto it.
Okay, this time around, I will say level 1 Steel Ball Pack, able to kill at least the new level 1 Sandworm.
Yeah, we might need more like anti-ball stuff on the right side just to be sure we can kill it.
And somehow, some way, that Wraith in the middle managed to live.
Oh, so actually getting an air, I mean, just winning outright, I suppose.
That is looking dominant, alright.
Yeah, no kidding.
Strike may be needed here.
Now, the one thing I will mention is that temporary range was picked up by Gripnacoma there, so he is down 100, economically speaking.
Well, down 100, but I think you'll trade that for the amount of hit points he dealt there. Efficient Giant Manufacturing shows up, picked up by Scion. Feel like that's maybe a bit late, but we'll have to count whether or not he gets value out of it.
For sure, yeah. I mean, if you build 3 of them, you've made your money back. You haven't quite profited. I assume he'll build at least 2 here, and we'll have to see if he can afford any techs here. He might need more answers to the ball, for example. Like, that's the one way that he gets completely cheesed out. It looks like he goes for the Elite Marksman with now a level 4 Arclight, so that'll be pretty good against the Steel Balls.
It's definitely strong, but I feel like there just isn't enough arc lights to really make this an insanely powerful play. It's an expensive button to click, mind you. So yeah, and recruiting level 1 arc lights on top, I feel like those should be level 2.
Yeah, not super inspiring. I agree. And then we have Acid now on the Scorpions. That's a great classic answer to the Sandworms here. And I feel like he does have enough supplementary DPS to take them down.
Yeah, range on the marksman as well. I think typically here the arc lights, if they get to scale, don't necessarily mind going up against the Scorpions, but yeah, with the marksman on the board already, this isn't looking too bad for Agri.
Yeah, certainly not. Very curious to see how this will shake down. I mean, we're still all on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side for Scion has no tower fortification, so I'm a little bit worried about the tower dynamics, and it looks like Agrippnacoma is putting some pressure on the left side, but we do have the oil, so I suppose that's his answer for this turn.
I think both players here handshaking, perhaps some telepathy going on as they buy the oil on the exact same turn, being used on opposite sides though, trying to slow down that tower take you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that kind of favors this Giga Arclight, because it just has a million range with the laser and the Elite Marksman, the range, the temp range. I mean, nothing will outrange this, I think. Maybe the Marksmen are somewhat similar.
Yeah, 195 on the enemy marksman, 188 on the Giga Arclight, but
Yeah, I can see this thing just cleaning up, honestly. But it looks like we're just winning all over here for Scion.
yeah, this time around that level 3 Sandworm not taking that much damage. Acid will hit, so it looks like it will finally go down, but a much closer round.
Yeah, very close here. Certainly not the 1K that Scion took the previous round.
All round 6, Scion looks to be stabilizing somewhat.
We have a Smoke here. Smoke is relatively strong in a spot like this. If it hits the Scorpions, that could be pretty problematic. Photon, not super helpful. You unfortunately can't hit worms with Photon because they do burrow and therefore become untargetable. And then there's Missile Strike, which, sure, can hit some Stormcallers. Looks like it's smoke for both sides, though.
Yeah, smoke just so powerful here. I think it's probably better for Scion
Yeah, I
because you
think
can
so
try and
too.
land it on either side of the board. Whereas for Scion, it's not too difficult here to just make sure your big arc lights don't get hit. And we get a factory. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. I
Level
thought
2 factory.
that's it does look good, I have to say. But I thought maybe the acid was already enough. But it's just a gut shot move, right? That's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean it's a unit that really doesn't care too much about sandworms,
Hmm.
even if they're level 3. And with the armor pickup now, we're staring down 484,000 hit points worth of ground-based Mecha Titan.
So just to explain this positioning, guys, the War Factory is as forward as possible because he wants every single unit to be locked onto it, and then he wants every other unit to survive, and that means that the player damage that Scion would receive here would just be a one-shot blow.
1970 hit points though. Scion's still like somewhat healthy. I'm not sure if this would be a one shot. I guess we'll have to see. More worms added, I think, does favor Agri's play.
Look at that smoke on the left. Oh my gosh, the Scorpion's not going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, that is nasty. And the damage is starting to ramp up a little bit on the factory.
Yeah, I mean, already close to a quarter here. It's so hard to say what's going to happen, but this smoke on the left is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's even winning. Like, the Arclights
Yes,
and the Stormcallers are just beating an army that's worth 3, 4, 5 times the investment of Scion.
imagine we kill the War Factory here. That would be crazy. Oh,
Oh,
oh
it
my
does go
god.
down. Does that
Huge.
save him?
I think he's
I guess he
chilling.
wouldn't have taken lethal anyway.
Yeah.
Would have been close, though.
Without that amazing smoke, though, I think that was just game.
Oh yeah, the thing about smoke is that it lasts for another round. So
Yeah, that's a problem.
nothing here really deals with the factory though.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even sure what you want. There is a cash option of Vulcan since this is a really high tempo scenario. You may not want to sell over multiple rounds, so you may just want the money up front.
If you're Agri, yeah, I was about to say Wasps don't look too bad for him. Already has some Mustangs on the board, so should probably be favored. And bunches up the triple level 2 Wasps. Is he trying to run those into tower?
Ooh, could be. There's actually a lot of mind games here because if both players know that they're going for Wasp, then you might want to tech anti-air on the Wasps, right?
Yeah, that is a good shout.
I'm so curious to see how they'll play this, but oh, the energy shield is pretty sick here, honestly. Even if there was like a sentry missile, he'd be fine. He actually buys another
Yeah, and
Mustang to
it's
try and stop it, I think.
yeah, it certainly did. Bought a new one there next to the right tower.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not more far forward. I feel like its whole point is to protect against sentry missiles, but
Melter has been purchased, but that level 1 Melter with range will have to lock on pretty early, and I'm not too sure if it'll be able to. Those Wasps look to be positioned in such a way where they might distract the
yeah.
Melter.
Yeah, I would have liked it more to the left, but yeah, we'll see how this shakes out. There's not a
Oh,
lot of.
nice missile there,
Oh.
though, but the shield.
Yeah, this is what I meant about the Mustang needing to be higher, but anyways, the Melter's just going to be stuck forever, right?
I mean, we've got some Wasps moving in,
Yeah,
but
but
man, this
man,
factory just gets so much uptime here against the Sandworms.
exactly. There's still a ton of wasps left. I mean, I think the War Factory's just going to punch through.
Oh, well, the Wasps are getting through now from Scion.
Hmm.
Oh, but the Melter is not quite able to lock on. There's some fangs in there. Factory now getting awfully close to the Melter. Will it be able to take it down before it falls?
This is so
Looks to
sad.
be the case.
Oh
Wow.
my god. Do you see those
Tower
wasps
debuff.
on the tower there?
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
was the
gosh.
timing. I mean, perfect for a Grypnocoma, but
That was
a
a matter
death
of
sentence to
milliseconds.
Scion.
That was incredibly
8 rounds.
close.
Yeah,
Yep.
what a round from Agri. Well played.
Yeah, that was just crazy. I can't believe it. That could have gone either way. Like the tower falling for a 9-second debuff just would have been everything.
I love the patience, though, from Tom in this game.
Yeah, I agree.
Really didn't overcommit into a worm answer and was doing completely fine just by sheer amount of deployments in that mid game. Ends up going for Scorpion with Acid and then tries to wait for the eventual War Factory finisher.
Hmm. Really cool unit variety as well. Like he had the Mustangs with just one tech. He had the Scorpions with just one tech. Marksman's one tech. I mean, he just did a bunch of one techs on multiple units. Guess you can say the same for Scion other than the Arclights, but I don't know. I felt like the variety was really there for a Agrippnocoma, whereas Scion was more putting all of his eggs into the sandworm basket.
Yeah, it just felt like maybe he didn't have enough money, right? I feel like usually when you try to go for an early worm like this, you're struggling because you haven't managed to get the Arclight deployments down. And then
Hmm.
once he realized that, it felt like he was trying to kind of get back into the Arclight game, but of course that meant having no resources left to invest back into the sandworms.
Yeah, that is true. And it just left him, yeah, not enough answers for something like a Blue War Factory, which it's crazy that you need to be ready for that thing on any turn, but yeah, in the late game, you certainly do.
It's also just especially good into this board from Scion. Classic counter to sandworm.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, he was really patient to add it. I honestly thought it wasn't even going to come. I thought he was happy with the Scorpion answer, but yeah, he was just really patient and saw the finishing move basically.
All right, well, that means game one over to Agri has a leg up now in this series, but it's far from over. If he wants a clean sweep, he'll need to do this again 3 times in a row, but I'm sure
Hmm.
Scion will have something to say about it.
We're going to make MAG1 history if Scion wins a single game here because these 4-0s in the grand finals, I'm so done with them. I want to see some more content.
Well, it might also just be, either way, I think we're writing history.
Oh,
Like
for sure.
three final sweeps.
That's true. I guess that is kind of crazy. Even no
The
Flower
curse of
Fairy is
Mag1.
already a new thing. Well, we didn't
All
see much
right.
fire there aside from what we had Incendiary Bomb. Did we have Incendiary Bomb or was it just oil? It was
No,
just
just oil.
okay. So yeah, not much fire these games. No hot dogs. I'm expecting we're going to see quite some variety throughout the day here. I don't think it's just going to be like every single game, like Storms, Marksmans, Arclights. Like these players have a very diverse play style here. Tom, don't let Tom's battle focus fool you here. He does do his mid range quite a bit. So
Yeah, and hopefully the starter packs, right, will allow for some variety as well.
for sure. And yeah, I assume they'll also mix it up just for like like mind games and also like sometimes, especially in best of series, you'll just not win a particular matchup. They'll just like be better at it on that particular day, like say standard versus standard, and then you'll just be kind of forced to mix it up.
I love how both of these players, by the way, still sticking to their guns with their favorite units. Although this time around, Tom kind of BMing perhaps Scion there, taking his favorite unit, that level 2 factory. We'll
I
see
know,
if the
right?
Raiden sees any play.
Honestly, yeah, Agrippnocoma is pretty good with the War Factory as well. I mean, it's not like the most skillful thing in the world to make a blue factory on the line, but that is what beat Flower Fairy in the winner's resolution on the round of 4. I mean, it got him his ticket into first. It knocked Flower Fairy down to the learner's bracket, where he was eventually taken out by Scion. So, Blue War Factory, something very powerful in MAG1 and just high MMR in general.
All right, 3 seconds left before we get into the game and
Let's
have a
go.
look at the packs.
Oh, we see some aggro stuff for sure. Look at these tarantulas. We got balls. We got hounds.
Oh, that's nothing but aggro. Although I'm sure you can play this in standard as well. Agri will go for a ball pack 2. Ball
Okay.
arc there with the Rhino spec.
You can standard with that ball pack. Like it's not the normal, but 201 players don't mind it too much.
Yeah, I mean, steel balls have good enough matchups early on that like you'll be fine in the first rounds and you can stabilize. We'll get a spider pack from Scion though, and I think that is somewhat forced to play near the line. And as I say that,
Yeah, but that's
we get a
because he thinks
symmetrical
defense
deployment.
is. Yeah, but that's just for defense, right? He knows that the balls are probably going to aggro him, so.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you don't mind too much, right? Like spider headbutt is kind
Okay,
of
yeah.
fine.
Good point, good point. Yeah, I
Tends
don't
to
know.
outscale the steel balls.
I think the read here for Scion is like He's very confident in his defense. Like some players just really love playing defense. Like they're so happy when they see that the opponent has an aggressive starting pack of units. So maybe that's where his headspace is at. Like he knows he could do aggro here, but he's worried about getting into like a headbutt or a crossfire position. So he just wants to keep a nice stable defense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think though, my worry always is like this right spider is just like on an island, and the left one. I mean, now it's just a big target, which is exactly what the steel balls want to aim for.
Yeah, I don't think he's winning the first round. Probably the steel balls are going to get a connection any moment now, overwhelm him. That is 2 packs of steel balls, of course. As you said, there's like an island of tarantula all by itself. Maybe it'll run towards the tower, but it's just not going to matter. Oh, the fangs are leaving the tarantula
Yeah,
to
they're
die.
done. They're like, nope. I see what's happening
Oh,
over there. Count me out.
rip. Well, he'll kill probably like one more ball. Probably that's it. And yeah, big starting round here for Grip Nakoma.
Now, I wonder, do you try and keep the spiders or do you somehow sell out? Because if you sell out, Scion needs a lot of things, right? He'd have to probably get back into something like arc lights, get some DPS, although the marksman is now available and we get some unit drops too. Level 2 sledgehammers are fantastic
Whoa, he does
as
sell
a
the spider.
replacement. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, you can definitely swap them out for the level 2 sledges in the early game as chaff clear, and well, they're going to perform much, much better into those steel balls than the tarantula ever would.
For me, it's like a little shocking, but basically, Scion thinks that Arclights are better than Tarantulas on defense, which, like, I don't necessarily disagree with, but from my perspective, when you're already in Tarantulas and then you have to justify the sell button, which of course costs 100, I am kind of surprised.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. Though I will say, if I look at this board, I was not expecting that for round 2. Like I was mentioning how he needed to get out of a whole bunch of stuff and buy multiple different units to make up
Yeah.
for chaff clear that you sold and DPS, but the marksman specialist takes care of DPS. You got a sledgehammer to stall, and then you picked up 2 arc lights in the process as well. That doesn't look too bad. He even has a fang to boot behind the tower. I don't think this is too bad of a swap here from Scion.
Yeah, good points. And honestly, the sell button will have value because he can sell this tarantula that's doing like nothing on the right hand side. So yeah, maybe it does make sense. Maybe I like it.
And I will mention, by the way, Agri with a 5 win streak already. As soon as Scion takes a win here, we'll be claiming that bounty. $10 per win that has been racked up by a Grip Nakoma.
That's right. Yeah, that's true. There are some decent streaks here. I mean, he earned $20 on the first game there. That resets the win streak of Scion to
And what a
0. But yeah,
turnaround here, by the way. What a turnaround on round 2.
yeah, it makes sense, right? You get the marksman here. Agrip Nakoma still waiting on his Rhino drop on round 4 here. So par for the course, I think. But definitely nice to see.
Efficient giant manufacturing shows up early, but it'll be a supply enhancement take from Scion, and the
Wow.
Wasp Swarm instead from Agri.
That's not a lot of hit points to take supply enhancement. I guess it only costs like, what is it, 150? So not too bad, but
Yeah, I mean, you won't be seeing any value out of this until round 7.
yep. Yeah, not the
Seems like he
strongest
has
move.
enough money to still get an arc, or get multiple arcs even, and go for the range.
Yeah, certainly not a bad move, like a bad turn by any means, but it's kind of greedy. I don't know. Like maybe he just feels he'll have the tempo over the next several turns, so he just doesn't need that, that 100 supply, that 50 supply. So we'll see.
Spider
That
has been
loss though.
sold, so I guess that makes up for some of the cost.
True, yeah. Yeah, there is some AFK stuff for Agripnocoma as well, but I still do feel bad about Scion's right-hand side. It is safety though.
Range on the arcs from Tom here as well.
Yep, both players got the Arclight range. Like they both have pretty good chaff clear here, and now the Phoenixes are out for Gripnocoma. Phoenixes, of course, are like extremely good on aggro, much better than marksmen. So potential for the rounds to turn here. The Wasp also in a great position, really deep in the corner here. It's going to kill the Arclight and then probably put some pressure on the tower.
Oh, that always remains to be seen. I feel like these wasps have a bit of a knack for going in the wrong direction. but one of them for now turns towards the tower. Should be
Yeah, what a
completely fine.
difference. Yeah, I don't even know if he needed
And
the
this
wasp
is,
swarm. Just crushing.
yeah, he probably didn't.
Wow. Okay. I mean, this is what I was saying. Like taking supply, whatever that card's called, supply enhancement card thingy. Like when you're only at that HP total, that's not good.
It can backfire quickly. Subsidized Arclight shows up again, but, well, with both players having this many, makes sense not to go for it. We'll get the portable shield on the turn that Rhino becomes available. That is a scary, scary thing to face. Now, usually it will be used on the right side of the board, so you can try and predict that, but still, that's basically a level 4 hit points worth of Rhino.
Yeah, that's a lot of Rhino. Like we're not even in like Phoenixes for like charge shot. We don't have steel balls, so like that takes forever to kill. And then we're gonna need a strong answer. Like we could get unit drops on like round 5 or 6 to help us out, but it's gonna be a scary waiting game.
Now, what are we going to do? Okay, Steel Ball has been picked up and will be put on the right side of the board, so correct guess. And I honestly think it should be fine. There's not really anything that should distract the steel balls, which means they will be aiming for that Rhino as it walks in.
Yeah, great play here. I actually think it's just gonna lock on and kill it. That's awesome.
And the oil being purchased, that'll definitely slow down the advance on the left side. I think Scion here made a good set of moves and might be able to strike back.
Yeah, these are such good moves. Like the oil is going to be really powerful for the orange man, aka the marksman. That's going to be sniping everything. Hopefully, it can take care of the phoenixes. And like, there's a lot of crawlers as well, and the crawlers are just going to be stuck in the oil.
Oh, that crawler that was added by Agri. The Arclight locks onto the Rhino,
Oh man.
and the steel balls are going onto the crawlers. That was a clutch addition on the right side. I think the Rhino this time around
Oh
might
my
make it
god.
in. Oh, some crawlers coming to the rescue.
What a clutch move though. That's going to seal it.
Yeah, we'll get the tower. And that Rhino now still full hit points. No balls left. I don't think there's anything that will able to take this down.
Man, the HP total here is going to be not good. Oh man.
This is starting to hurt.
Yeah.
Or well, perhaps it is continuing to hurt.
Man,
I
we got
don't
some
think the Ion
tempo.
Blast will give any of these players respite. Agrypnocoma goes for it. I think he has, or he sees blood. Wants to
Yeah.
finish this as fast as possible.
That's very scary. I mean, I guess if you want like an economic edge here, you could try and go for underground threat and make use of that. It is like significantly cheaper and still very powerful, but nope. Ion Blast for both. I do respect it. I mean, it's a really powerful spell.
It's powerful, and of course it can show up on round 4, but with a 3-round cooldown on round 5, even if the game happens to go for a bit longer, you might see it again, and if your opponent doesn't pick it and you do, that second time it comes back, oh, the value is through the roof. Melter pickup here from Scion, that is very respectful. Now kind of double committing there after buying both steel balls and now also a melting point. No giant specialist, so had to spend those 200 resources on the unlock.
Yeah, I kind of respect it though. Like, imagine if a Grip Nakoma went for like 2 blue rhinos here or something, like teched them, and then like, will the steel balls really be able to take care of everything?
The Rhino here, is it able to somehow going to dodge the Melter? Because now it's in front of the tower. Temp speed, of course, has been clicked by Agri. I think it's fast enough. The crawlers, oh, it has
Yeah.
locked on, but no range. Will break the
Nope.
beam. Oh,
Yeah,
and the
pretty nice.
Ion.
Will it kill the rhino?
Yeah, it might, but I guess the crawlers here are fine, or
Oh, the
like
melter gets it.
slowing it
Okay.
down. Okay, not too bad. Meanwhile, Ion Beam from Scion did a pretty decent job as well.
Yeah,
Only some
honestly.
Phoenixes left.
Wow, maybe we get the bubble as well. Huge round here.
Oh, can the Phoenixes finish it off? Oh, they might be able
Oh,
to. That's a
maybe
good
the
debuff. Only a couple fangs left.
fangs? Oh man, I thought he was gonna get the bubble and everything, but not quite.
And the Arclight manages to live too. Wow. I mean, as close as you'll get. I think you're probably fine with that if you're a Scion.
Yeah, for sure. You're not dead, which is really what you're aiming for here. You're hoping to like come back in the long term. Oh
Like
my
there's a bunch
gosh.
of units. Oh, incendiary bomb. Okay,
Nuke.
well, nuke as well. That's true.
Oh
But
man,
I think
yeah.
nuke here is hard to make use of if you're aggro, because it's not that easy to get like into the backline and get these shields. Maybe if you level up your phoenixes.
Yeah, for sure. Even another
He's
mobile
taking his
beacon is
time.
cute.
Oh, we'll go for it.
Like you said, he sees blood. I mean, he's going for it. This is a
I
crazy
mean,
scenario.
he might have to close this out somewhat fast now, though, with the investment in the spells. Although
Yeah,
Scion went
I
for it
agree.
too, but his board just doesn't scale quite as well. I think you could go for some Phoenix gameplay here, though. Phoenix is not terrible into melters.
I mentioned Agrippinocoma loves his melting points, and look at that. He's using a melting point to counter the opponent's melting points. So perhaps scared to get into a position where his phoenixes, his steel balls just can't kill the melters. Maybe afraid of multi-melt even.
I find that very surprising, though. Like
I
you
know.
have 4 Phoenixes, 3 of them could be level 2 by now. Doesn't pick up the levels, of course, but it would be way cheaper to try and get into some Phoenix techs. I guess maybe he's afraid of like a potential 4AA because he doesn't have the barrier tech.
Sure, yeah. Hard to say where his mindset's at, but certainly having giants on your board, not the weakest thing, and it's not weak to spells in the air, so let's see how it does. He has the range on it, so that
Well, fire will
matches.
get rid of some chaff, although I will say right side didn't really have that many crawlers to begin with.
Here
I
comes the
don't think the
nuke.
barrier goes down. It doesn't, but the melter was outside, so the value is not horrible.
Yeah, will he just outright die here? I mean, he probably needs to kill at least a melter. Where are we at here with the health totals? 1100 HP. So, okay, he will live. And in fact, it looks like he's winning the round. Maybe?
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll do so. Melter coming out ahead. Both
Wow.
players
Okay.
were, of course, loaning, but a Gripnokomo went for the more expensive spell.
Exactly. Yeah. And there's the supply enhancement picked up as well. So he's making some money. There's the 4-day A.
Oh well, maybe the Melter pivot was the right choice.
Yeah, could be. I have no idea what they're going to pick here, to be honest.
Yeah, is Phantom ever a consideration here if you're angry? Because of course
I
you've
think
got some
so.
Phoenixes, so you're fine, but I feel like Phantoms could be considered like air sledges in a way, and sledgehammers are notoriously pretty decent into melting points. Wow, AA Fortress coming out from Scion.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about it. It is a fairly logical thing. I guess the one sketchy thing about it is that there's already melters on the battlefield, and you don't have like a ton of chaff in front.
Yeah, but like your opponent's already invested into Melter, right? And if we look at these Phoenixes, they didn't do all that much. Like the only one that did something is the blue Phoenix on the left with 33k damage, but the other ones 240, 1060, and 508.
Yeah, that's actually kind of shocking. How is it possible to deal that little? What happened?
I mean, they don't have range, right? So they walk in front of everything but the crawlers. Of course, the incendiary was involved, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't
True,
know. I
yeah.
guess if it's a free drop and a 200 cost tech, you don't mind too much, but don't think the
Yeah.
Phoenixes are like the main concern.
Yeah, that's really fair. I would love to see temporary range here for Scion. Very important in a melter. There it is. Looks like he's loaning. Agrippinocoma maybe not going for the loan here, looking for a slight economic edge and more flexibility.
And you're also picking up a second tech on the melters, and this is what I'm a bit afraid of. Now he gets into double tech melter before Scion does, and meanwhile Scion is playing fortresses with AA into melters.
True, yeah. You have to wonder here, is Agrippinocoma just going to scale better and have a bigger health pool?
One saving grace, by the way, Scion has made 50 supplies this round after picking supply enhancement turn 3, so we're stonking.
Yep, yep. Definitely not the worst thing. And it looks like he is maybe winning this round somehow. I don't know. There's like a lot of chaff left, so maybe there's a chaff issue. The fortress flank doesn't look like it did too much here. And there's the wasp drop as well, the spell, the call down. That occurred alongside the fortress on the deep flank there. Also didn't do much. Mustangs were picked up, of course.
Overall, a very strong round from Scion, and this will probably be done in the next two.
Oh
Oh,
man. I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
we're getting Lightning Storm, and even if we go to next round, Ion Blast will be back. So, yeah, this is definitely ending in the next two, I would say.
Yep, this is some serious Mechabellum or Spellabell. I don't know. There's this is a big spell game.
Spellemelum.
Crazy. Well, lots of bubbles, that's for sure. The Phoenixes are gonna die to the lightning storm, so jump driver sell maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the left Phoenix, arguably the Phoenixes somehow did more this turn. I don't know how, but they did with the Forte A. They
That
did
makes
more
no
damage than the round
sense.
prior.
Uh,
Fortress on the flank has now been sold. More melters picked up here from Agri, going right side, going left side. Ultra wide aggro board has a level on the melting point, has a portable shield on that as well. Definitely ahead in deployments, and it looks like Scion is basically done with his round as well.
yeah, indeed, good points there.
But
I mean,
no more giants.
yeah, like Scion's just outgunned, right? I mean, maybe the fortresses are worth something, but feels like I'd rather have more melters and have. I guess they both have the 2 techs now, at least.
Yeah, he went for EMP and he added 2 crawlers on the front lines, but that's not the best use of your deployments on a round 8.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's just to block the EMP barrage here, but yeah, that's a whole deploy. That's painful.
Well, let's see. Forte A will do a decent job. Get rid of almost an entire level 2 Phoenix pack.
Yeah, will the chaff survive again? The chaff has been problematic here for Gripnacoma. So maybe that's the saving grace here. I mean, there's a bunch of chaff on the left. The right side, though, looks like it's falling. There will be some tower pressure, and I believe there's no tower fortifications on the right.
Yeah, Melter's winning on the right side. Left side, there's still a couple Arclights left and not that many Fangs. Some
Oh,
Sledgehammers, but the
that
debuff is going to
EMP.
be coming through. 9 seconds.
That's it.
That is going to be it. So Agri,
2-0.
2-0.
Man,
The
not
sweep.
again. Not
The
again.
sweep.
Well, that game was
It's
much
in
different than the
sight.
first. That's for sure.
It certainly was, yeah. Some aggro here from Agripnocoma. And an interesting defensive setup from Scion with those spiders. Although I don't think that was the wrong choice. Looking at round 2, I think Scion was in a perfectly playable spot with that sledgehammer drop and the use of the marksman. But yeah, I think the
For
Fortress
sure.
AA just really didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's the one thing I think we both agree on. Was there anything else you noticed that you didn't like here from Scion?
I mean, the last round, round 8, buying 2 crawlers, although I get why. When your opponent buys 2 melters on the same turn and you buy 2 crawlers, that is tough. Like, that is going to be a rough round. And
Yeah,
I wonder if there was a way to just get into more melters, but I feel like the crucial round was just the unit drop, right? Agri took the forts as well, but decided to sell them, went for a flank, didn't work out, sold the next turn, and then used that to invest into his melters and just said, I mean, you can AA my phoenixes, but I wasn't really planning to do anything with them, right? I even showed you that I didn't want to do anything with them because I bought the melter.
yeah, for sure. I guess like another thing we could have seen would be like maybe some sort of wasp attempt for Scion. I mean, it was all down to melters in the end, right? And we've sort of neutralized the Phoenix. I don't see any fangs on the board, so the wasp would surely interfere with the meltings.
Well, a very strong showing. And
Yeah,
again, yeah, glad to see something different from what we saw in game number 1.
yeah, for sure. Makes me a little nervous
So
for Scion, but
yeah, I mean, look, this is where you test, right? Whether someone is cut from the right material to become a champion.
yeah,
Because these tournaments can be very stressful, and how you deal with it is going to be affecting, yeah, how well you perform.
for sure. And like talking about experience, Agripnacoma was in season 2. That was his debut with MAG1, and he performed really well. I'm trying to think, did he get to round of 4? I think so, right? Yeah, so round of 4, and now round of 2 finals, of course, up 2-0. I mean, Agripnacoma seems to be very good at tournaments. Maybe he's already got the nerves figured out.
And he's in a very comfortable spot. Being 2-0 up in a best of 7 like this is just comfortable. Like, you don't have to worry about anything. You can, I think even here, if you would lose a game, you just say, whatever, chalk it up to poor decision making, bad packs, bad drops, whatever you want, spells, like anything, just go next, and you're still up one game.
Absolutely. We have the deployment heat map on the screen. I'm sure we have some new viewers, so let's talk about that. So these deployment maps is the round one placements. The red colors indicate a larger resources being put in that area. So you'll see like behind the towers, there's a dark red spot. That's, typically your crawler. Now crawlers, of course, do take up 50 meters, but we're just showing that as just the 20 by 20 here, the square. So you can see, for example, Tom here puts his stuff like everywhere, and that's because he doesn't do the same placements every game, whereas Scion is a lot more tidy, let's say. You can see he has definitely some favorite locations. You can get a profile for whether they aggro or not. You can see Scion has quite a bit more red squares on the front, especially on the right-hand side. So you can see his bias is towards the right at the front.
Still, I will say this map from Scion just looks, it's so tidy, man.
I know, it's crazy. It's like only Flower Fairy has something maybe slightly more tidy. I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's like you've got those friends and you go to their apartment and like it will always be just a mess. Like there's clothes everywhere. They haven't done the dishes for like the past 2 days. I feel like that's Tom, you know?
Yeah.
And then meanwhile you have Scion that's just like, nope. Like he's just adjusting his pens like on the desk. Like they all have to look tidy.
Yeah,
Not a
Tom's like a
speck of
frat
dust.
house.
Yeah.
Scion's like, I don't know, your girlfriend's apartment who's like way cleaner than yours or something.
Well, it seems like the frat house is taking the win for now, though.
True, true.
Not sure what to take away from that, but hey, there you go.
Yeah. I was mentioning some of these players that like are way more, I don't know, random with their placements have been really strong tournament players historically. Like Monks comes to mind, for example. He plays his turns like so fast.
Well,
Let's
game number
go.
3. I feel like Scion needs to start winning if he wants to make a
Yo,
comeback. Because if
he
you go 3-0 down, that's, we don't want to be there. We're not even going to mention it. You know what? We're just going to focus on this game and
no,
make this into an exciting series, I believe.
I believe too. I think Scion can do it. I do think that this Agripna Coma pack is kind of scary, speedy balls, but I guess the saving grace here is that they're fangs, not crawlers.
5.5k hit points, though. And you're
Yeah.
playing Steel Balls into Saber, which is not a bad matchup either.
Yeah, this could be a sweaty match with such high health totals. I mean, this could really go the distance here. I don't even expect a lot of damage to come through in the early matches here.
And this setup from Scion, somewhat reminiscent of Tungdill.
Yeah, a little bit. Got the
Outside
sabers.
Sabers,
Yeah. Yeah, this
but
trio
man,
of, let's see. I mean, there's not a lot here on the left, and it is speed SBC, so this collapse will be real. We talked about the AFK stuff on the right being sad, and yep, definitely feeling sad.
and the extra Fang deployment there on the right, guessing incorrectly.
Yep, feels bad, man.
And it's a bit of a repeat from what we saw last game, right? Like, very dominant first round here for Agri.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a bit of quite a bit of damage. I mean, they have a lot of HP, so honestly, it doesn't really matter. The big thing to look out for here is like, what experience are we getting here? It looks like the steel ball is getting 2 tower kills, not bad. Not quite gonna level, of course. Nowadays, with all the experience nerfs, getting level or round 1 levels is rather difficult.
Round 2, immediate unit reinforcements show up.
Yeah, what is good here? Like Wraiths are kind of good on defense and aggro. There are the marksmans to counter it. I don't think Storms will see much play. Tarantulas, they could be all right. It is the blue unit. I do quite put value in having high-leveled units early on.
See the marksman, though, from Scion. I think it's the safest pick for sure, because Steel Ball players like to play Wraith in their
Yeah,
setups, so immediately having that counter available, and the double deployment there shouldn't be the worst into level 1 Steel Balls either.
Yeah, I like that. Like, you know, you need anti-air, right? Like, you don't want to take 300 because the other guy goes Wraith, so you need to buy something. So just letting the unit reinforcement handle it definitely makes sense. He can focus his money on other things.
Oh, and I like this from Agri. Still goes for the Wraith, but knows that Scion probably will go for the marksman, and if he does, we'll have to bolster his defenses on the left side. And so instead, he's going to go for a cheese, not just on the right front line, but on the right flank by the looks of it.
Yeah, I wonder if he's still making up his mind. I kind of liked it more just warped in immediately, not having to spend this whole like 10 seconds warping in.
Yeah, he doesn't really have to move that much further, right? So the 2
Hmm.
seconds of spawn in probably make it slower.
Yeah, I think so. Temp
Defensive
speed.
missile from Scion, trying to aim that onto those steel balls.
Oh, with the
Is it going
speed
to be good
here.
enough?
Oh, slightly
Ooh, that's
misplaced.
hmm. Yeah, I think you'll
Man,
take that if you're Agri. Well, Wraith has spawned
100%.
in.
Yeah, maybe
Wi-
this temp speed is what caused the missile to be slightly misplaced. I don't know.
Oh, that's what he went for, temp speed.
Yeah, this is crazy.
That's a
The
very
collapse.
early like pickup for that.
For sure. I think he wants the steel ball levels, right? Like this turn is really important to Snowball because the steel ball experiences were like pretty close to leveling here. So
Oh,
yeah, lots of
absolutely. And I
levels.
guess he'll get what he came for. Steel balls ready to level up.
Yeah, pretty cool. Here comes the saber tooth from his specialist. We get improved firepower control systems for everybody. There is no units on the battlefield currently that's really strong on, but it looks
Oh,
like
don't you
Mustangs.
worry. Don't
Yes.
you worry. We're picking up Mustangs.
Well, that definitely makes sense with the item. I thought maybe like a Wraith would come out since he does have that unlocked, but nope. Mustangs it is. Agripnocoma loves his Mustangs, and I don't know, on Speed SBC, that's pretty good. There's a lot of Fangs as well.
This is a classic. Steel ball stang. Not something you'll see all that often. And
That's
look at
true,
this
yeah.
flank, by the way, from Scion.
I know. Is Arclight going to turn or not? I can't tell if the arrow's lying.
I mean, even if it does, I don't think it stands a chance.
I guess, yeah. It only slows it down like, I don't know, 3 seconds, whatever. Arclight range will be
Oh, he
helpful.
brought it back.
Man, these players, they can't make up their minds.
He's going to be kicking himself after that one, though.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, it looked like a great move, right? I guess it is speed SBC, so like you're a little worried that your tower just dies in like half a second and then your flank looks stupid.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, the left side is hard to deal with here. Level steel balls,
Mm-hmm.
even if you have the saber, that doesn't quite one-shot the level 2 steel balls. And with the additional speed, like these guys are moving in at 22 meters a second.
Yep. Yeah, no oil yet either. I think he's gonna oil on the next round. Not sure exactly what he's waiting for. Also, like not very much hot dogs today. I mean, we saw one last game, but it was like at the very end, and there was like just one of them.
I think a late missile on the left wouldn't have been a bad attempt again, but
Yeah,
doesn't go for it.
for sure. I feel like he's like not trying to win this round. I don't know. Like he's really
Ooh,
not.
well,
Yeah, he's gonna lose it. But yeah, it's not the worst. I guess Mustang experience is like the big thing to look out for here, since it does have the item. But yeah, only like 3/4 of a level.
other steel ball will level 2 though, and at this point you're starting to wonder, do you need a scorpion?
Yeah, that's a good question. Get some items.
Amplifying core is a nice item.
Yep.
Photon emission could be a consideration too, but looks like both players here will opt to go for the items. Mind you, Scion didn't use the improved firepower control system yet, so he has something in mind.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, he's kind of stacking up items here. Where are they gonna go? Waiting for the unit
Oh
reinforcement?
man, Agri is just kind of living in Scion's head right now with that beacon avoiding the
Right?
oil that, as you said, came out. That's a wonderful play, and that level 2 tower, if the steel balls connect, really doesn't matter too much.
It makes so much sense. Like you know that the oil's probably coming down here because I mean round 4 is already late for oil. Like most of these players do it like round 3. Sometimes round 2, but usually round 3. So round 4 is like a no-brainer time to oil. So this mobile beacon is amazing, and you can see everything is placed there. The level 2, the items. This is where all of his units are.
Scion opting to go for Mustangs as well. Goes for the range, but same thing for Agri. And starting to sell out of the Sabers, yeah, like this matchup just not great, right? Like even after the buffs, just hasn't made the bad matchups better. And Yeah, it's kind of dead deploys being sold out of Scion.
For sure, and the Amp Core went on the Sabertooth, which also doesn't strike me as very strong compared to, say, the level 2 Steel Ball that a Grip Nakoma has.
Nice crawler flank there. We'll be catching some of these Mustangs off guard, and the level 2 tower should fall. Saving grace, the
Fortified,
left
though.
side was victorious.
Yeah. Honestly, not too bad. Like, the tower fortification was super helpful here. Oil makes sure that they won the left side. Will the Mustangs level?
And the steel balls find the saber. Maybe the Mustangs will be enough by themselves.
Yeah, Mustangs not getting not many kills, sadly, so I don't think they'll level, but hey, not a bad start.
Kind of surprising, I will say, because I thought the beacon looked good, but
Yeah,
really solid defense from Scion.
yeah, I have to agree. Portable shield, yeah, really good, I think, right? You got a steel ball level on the left.
Oh, it's such a nice item for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's acid, but Scion didn't want it. Like, I guess it could be an alright move.
Skipping there, that is surprising. I feel like skipping port shield there is just, I don't know. We'll have to see what he buys with it, but if he has like
Yeah.
100 left, I feel like you should pick that up.
Maybe he's afraid of, like, hackers or something. Hackers do ignore, like, shield HP, so...
That is a good point, yes.
But yeah,
Scorpion on
what
the
is he...
unlock.
Huh. Yeah, I like the Scorps. I'm just curious what Tom's gonna do here.
I think we might just get into Melter again.
Yeah, I could see that. It looks like he's done with the balls, right? Or at least that particular
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, selling out of the other pack. Still going to Beacon, sending up Mustang. I think what we're looking at is just another Melter game here. Melter, Arclight, Mustang seems like the strongest comp. And especially once he sees the Scorpions, that would make a lot of sense.
So do you think he's retreating and he's gonna start playing like a standard game?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I guess we could call it mid-range, but
Yeah, you're right. Mid range it is. Because
I
yeah,
think
the
the
Arclights
Mustangs
start
are
forward.
yeah, but the Mustangs are too far back, I think, to play something like Fortress.
Mm. Yeah, I agree. Like I think your read is correct. I do think it is Melter. We know that Tom likes Melters, so yeah, it fits his profile and it fits the game state.
Oh wow, the Scorpion locked onto the shield there. Doesn't manage to kill the balls as they're moving in.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. Well, the Mustangs are starting to get pretty powerful here.
Is this shield somehow going to live? I think it is.
That's crazy. Yeah, there's no reason to shoot it, so it's gonna live. That's crazy.
The value has been maxed.
Oh, good round for the Scorps though.
Yeah, you get some good experience here. No levels yet, though.
He's got the siege mode. Will we see siege mode?
Oh, I don't think we will. Oh, there's the melting point. There's a
Oh
Fortress
god.
too, but I
Both
think with the
players are
melting point
picking
being
it.
offered,
Like
I
for
mean, you
sure
have
both
to, right?
players. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's either that or you go Stormcaller, but playing Stormcaller into a board of Mustangs with Intercept available is a little sus.
Yeah, I have to agree. And like they're so high leveled, you would just like place an anti-missile device, call it a day. Man, these items as well, really fantastic on level 2 melters. So where does that leave us? Who do you think's in a better spot here? Like, do you think that the Arclights are favored over the Mustangs? Because I'm not even sure.
I don't think they are. I mean, he does have a
Yeah,
lot of them, which is decent, but Mustangs just tend to somehow like survive in these type of scenarios if there's no fire involved, and they can go toe to toe with Arclight somewhat. Like unless they're heavily out leveled.
yeah, I agree. So maybe I'm thinking of Grip Nakoma's ahead here. He's got his 4 Mustangs. I mean, Scion has them too, but he just has less of them, less experience. I don't know.
Well, his board is just more efficient, right? From Agri, it's just building chaff. He has ranged Arclights and Mustang with melters. Like that's as
Yeah.
pure as you'll get that comp. Whereas Scion has some marksmen that really aren't doing too much, has some scorpions that he bought, he's now starting to sell out of again.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we have this useless Scorpion as well. I mean, we're going to sell it next turn, but yeah, the sell tempo feeling a bit bad here. Did we temp range for both sides? Yes, we did. Very important with Melter duels.
Well, let's see how this shakes out.
God, that Scorpion's so bad. Rip. And this bubble once again being annoying.
Well, left side again will be victorious, but right side somewhat dominating for Agri.
Yeah, it's a close battle. Shouldn't be too bad. Probably the bubbles live for both players, maybe.
Now, in this next round, I think important thing will be trying to get towards that EMP
Yeah.
immediately. I don't think you can afford to not tech.
Yeah, I think you're right. What do the cards bring us? A Missile Strike, good against the Mustangs. Another, like, tanky item if you want it, but I doubt you do. I guess Intensive on your biggest Mustang ain't bad, but yeah, they both just want to try and snipe a Mustang, it looks like. May just get bubbled out, though. We do see the EMP barrage you mentioned on a Grip Nakoma. See the Scorpion Cell, of course, and I imagine, yeah, we're just sort of filling out the melters, both players teching exactly what you said. Yeah, nothing
Will we
crazy
see some
happening.
shields is the question, because for now, that right
Yeah.
pack of Mustangs is looking to die.
He has a mobile beacon as well, already unlocked, so he should definitely use it on one of his Mustangs if it has no shield.
Well, now I'm not too sure what happens anymore.
Yeah.
EMP on arc lights could be a consideration, honestly, with how many he has. Can be very, very powerful to try and disable some of these melters alongside the electromagnetic barrage.
Yeah, for sure. It's some nice redundancy because, like, yeah, it's all about the range on the melters. And if you disable that range, your melters just easily kill all the other melters. So, yeah, positioning matters a lot. Like, you want the EMP barrages to land not on your bubbles. So you can see on the right, that was somewhat mitigated here. And then, of course, the chaff battle is everything.
Mustang did go down, so missile slightly better there for Scion, although I will say right side, not too much chaff to deal with for a Grip no Coma, so his melter will be locking on and that EMP looking mighty fine.
Oof.
All
Yeah,
across the
wow.
board, I'm going to say. Oh boy, that is not good for Scion.
Yeah, indeed. Everything went. Oh my god, look at the bubble living again. By
Wait, how
the
much
way.
damage is this?
Uh, Not enough, right?
Not
Oh my
enough,
god.
but 116. That doesn't
Yeah.
inspire confidence here if you're Scion.
Yeah, no
Nuke
doubt.
available too.
Yeah, I'd like to see how they navigate this. Agripnacoma does not have to take it here.
I
Does he
mean,
want the
can you
econ?
can you afford to? I think you have to pick it.
I think as a Agripnacoma you don't, unless you think that you're scaling worse than your opponent, but yeah, it's fine to take it for sure. It's a
Yeah, I guess you
one-time
could like
use,
call the
so.
bluff and be like, "Oh, you have to shield up, so I get like massive value."
Oh, for sure. I mean, the spell itself is very expensive, and then if you kill bubbles, like you're just using your HP as a resource there, but it still is scary. It's not like you have infinite HP, right? So
Okay, and look at this oil back off cooldown for both players, and Scion opting to use his deployments again for some small units, like he did last game, and going for the Firehounds.
yeah, interesting move for sure.
I think this is fine. I mean, you're getting to set the oil on fire, so I don't mind it too much. It is
Yeah,
really just a one turn thing, though. I don't think this will like get you any more value.
for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it because yeah, it's all about the chaff battle, and it's kind of all about surviving as well.
The
So we'll see
benefit
how
as well
this.
is it will eat the melter barrage, so you
Yeah,
shouldn't die to the nuke.
yeah, exactly. Keeping your bubbles alive is really important here. We'll see if it happens. So far, so good. Oh no, the melter's killing the left shield, but that's not where the nuke is, so I guess it doesn't matter.
EMP hitting a bit better still on the left side for Agri, but his chaff clear is dead.
It's looking
Looks like the
better though.
middle, yeah, middle here is stabilizing for Scion.
Hot dogs did it. And here comes the EMP. Perfect timing.
Okay, big round for Scion. We'll keep 3 melters alive, plus some chaff and chaff clear.
That's where you wish you didn't nuke, I feel. I don't know. Maybe that's the risk, right?
Round 9. Advanced targeting system. Is that...
Wow.
Ooh, Vulcan's Descent.
Yeah. These are strong cards, honestly, all across the board. Yeah, I'm
Wow,
a little
both players
surprised.
going for the Vulcan. Okay.
I can
Well,
definitely see it for a Grip Nakoma here.
yeah, trying to set that oil on fire makes sense.
Yep.
But it always feels a little bit tricky. Like if you're starting to lose and then your opponent goes for advanced targeting here, if this doesn't work out, ugh. But I guess he doesn't have to worry about that because Scion thinks he can grab a Tara debuff
I don't.
and we
Yeah,
get
I'm not
missile
sure.
intercept on the Mustangs here for Agri, trying to intercept the EMP
And the hot dogs, yeah.
and the hot dogs.
Yeah, interesting for sure. I mean, I don't know if Scion's Vulcan's Descent is gonna do anything. Maybe just get stuck on the bubble. I think Grip Nakoma did a good job parrying that, but we'll have to see how that does. A lot of Mustangs, though, man. Look how many how many Mustangs Tom has.
Yeah, that's a
7,
decent
8,
amount.
8. Oh my god, that's
They're not even
double.
subsidized. Those are
Yeah,
unsubsidized Mustangs.
I mean they're so good with giants, right? Mustangs love giant pairings, so I think that'll be very strong. But let's see how the spells play out here. Will the oil get caught on fire? Surely it does. Yes, that's going to be
It
really
does.
powerful.
How much does it achieve, though, is what I want to know. Because right now, it looks like we're closer to moving into it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, that EMP, though, on the outside is just
Dude, yeah.
so well placed from Agri. Keeps hitting the melter. Left side winning.
Oh, we're
Right
kind of
side,
winning the right,
though,
though.
yeah, that looks not too bad. And look at these EMPs. Very nice. Managing to take down some shields and disable the melters as well. That's a massive turn for Scion. And I
Oh
think that
my
will equalize the
god.
hit points just about. Well, close.
Round 10. Anyone's game now. This is crazy. The economies are out of control here. We're getting unit reinforcements, 2 air
Oh
options,
boy.
2 giant ground options here. Raiden, of course, is Tom's favorite unit here, and he does pick it up. Is it an EMP,
Sold it as
perhaps?
well, but
Oh, rip. Okay.
I think money is his favorite thing right now.
I guess so.
2,200 resources available. Scion taking his time. I wonder what he's considering. It doesn't seem to me like any of these are that good. You could try and go for like a phantom play here, like Cannonoi melters, and with armor, you might be able to lock up some of these Mustangs. Although they will free
Yeah,
themselves with the missile interceptor.
I agree. I think Phantom Rays is something you have to spend some time thinking about, but nope. It's looked like a rating cell. Missile strikes are back. Of course, bubbles are pretty much everywhere, at least for Tom. I imagine Scion has to do his whole turn now. Tom already did his whole turn, so let's
Yep,
see.
third tech picked up on the melting points, crawler production, and
Ooh,
underground crawlers as well.
nice little combination there.
Also picked up 2 more melters from the looks of it.
Yep. I'm just waiting to see like what's the macro plan here for Scion. He's 1,300 with only 20 seconds left. Oh, crawler production as well. Okay,
Exactly the same
same
play,
move.
underground crawler too.
Yep. Well, these guys play each other all day, so yeah, it makes
And
sense.
another melter pickup.
Oh, it's so mirrored. Like anybody can win this. I'm very curious to see who will win. Maybe Arclights are gonna have the better chance here against the Mustangs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a full board of Mustang there from Agri pretty much, so he might struggle a bit more into the crawlers, although it seems like it's completely fine. All
Yeah.
just going to come down to these EMPs. Massive hit on the right side there for Agripnokoma. Left side hitting 2 for now. All of Agri's melters still with all of their techs.
Yep. Tom had better EMPs, but I feel like somehow Scion has a lot more stuff left, right?
Yeah, and the EMPs now hitting back.
Oh my
Melters
gosh.
locked on.
Wait, he has
And
like
I
1,000
think
HP though.
I
Is that
think he's
it?
done it. Yep. Look at the amount of melters left.
Oh, the curse is lifted, guys. A grand finals that's not a 4-0 clean sweep. Holy.
2-1. And that was awfully close. 116 hit points, but 115 more than you need to win a game. And Scion will be striking back and make sure that he doesn't go 0-3. Also, managing to break a Gripnocoma's win streak there and picking up at least another $60 in the prize pool.
Yeah, $60 payday for that one game. Really nice. Wow. Yeah, I'm just shocked. I can't believe that he wins that with only 116 HP. And those are the most infuriating games of Mechabellum, when you get your opponent like super low and you know that you could have won and then they reverse sweep you. And like, man, that can affect your mental going into this next game.
Yeah, so tables have flipped here somewhat. Scion has
Yep.
been tested in his first 2 games, manages to bounce back on the third. And now it's all going to be about whether or not Agri is calm and collected heading into fourth.
100%. Yeah, maybe Scion's really, really good at defense. I don't know if Agripnokoma wants to keep on the aggro train after that. I mean, both players are looking beatable, that's for sure. So maybe they're just going to go with whatever is best with their packs, but I don't know. I'm not sure where their mental's at.
Question is, though, is it just going to be more Mustangs and Melters?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, honestly, crawler production back on the melter bar, the tech bar, pretty interesting to see, like both players. It's been off for a long time, but maybe the 201 meta has brought it back.
I mean, it's a great tech in the mirror, right? If you happen to play a Melter mirror, then it's a useful tech to have on the bar.
It is for sure, but it's like it's got like nerfed so hard that even in the mirror, I didn't think it was like fantastic, but I guess it is.
It's probably just like better than anything else you can buy in the mirror. Like past
Makes
range and
sense. Yeah.
EMP, it's the only thing that will actually like make a difference.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like if the games go super long, like round 10, you have so much money. It's like, okay, sure, I'll pay, 700, whatever it is, 800 to have crawler production on my like 7 melters. Like, yeah, at that point, it's worth it.
All right. Well, is there any specialist that you hope to see here in the next games?
Well, I do love Elite, so I'd love to see that. Maybe like a Fire Badger specialist. I wouldn't mind seeing some like degenerate like hot dogs nice and early. We've been seeing a lot of late hot dogs, just taking advantage of like oiling for one round. We actually just every game we've been seeing hot dogs really late. But what about hot dogs early?
I think it's you can, but it's a little bit tricky because if your opponent gets into Mustang early, I feel like Mustang Intercept just shuts it all down. And then if you've invested all of your chaff clear in Firehounds, suddenly you've got no more chaff clear.
Yeah, it's funny how that ends up playing out, but I still struggle sometimes against the early hot dogs. Like obviously I go the Mustangs, but I don't know, it turns into like a tricky flowchart.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the defensive player or the hot dog player can go into like Warcrime Vulcan as well to just try and overwhelm.
Yeah, I
Could
guess like a
be.
lot of yeah.
Although it's a playstyle I feel we've seen more from Blue Hair than anyone else. Not sure if these two players have picked up on the trend or
For
whether they
sure.
think it's viable.
Yep. Well, let's see what specialists we get. I would love to see some elites, but yeah, I would love to see like Fire Badger or like a Typhoon game as well. Let's see. All right, well, we have a missile specialist. That's always fun. Looks like it's fortified for a Gripnokoma here. Not bad. I mean, sledges plus fortified specialist is really nice. They make those things really tanky. We do get the missile specialist. All right. Okay, so the missiles against marksmen are quite nice. The missiles will one-shot them. Now, Tom knows that there is a missile specialist, so he's going to spread things out. I don't think that the fortified specialist breakpoints have any implications against the missiles. I mean, it will, if, like, for example, with level 2 Phoenixes. That's like a popular breakpoint people memorize, but outside of that, it'll just be extra durability. We can see he is spreading out fairly well here. Like a missile could get, say, all of those units. Now for Scion here, looks like he's gone for just Arclights, Crawlers, and Stormcallers. I'd say usually the Sledges have a good time in the round one in this particular matchup. Basically just because Storms struggle to kill them in the early game, especially with the Fortified Specialists, so... Possible good tempo here. They're sitting at over 4,000 HP, so not super low HP, but not super high HP either. A lot of marksmans, of course.
Yeah. Stormcaller's hitting pretty well, but it looks like the sledges are just going to be a little bit too tanky to deal with. So, Agri looking to pick up the first round.
Looks like it. Not even winning the right side. Just losing everywhere.
And a bit of a repeat from what we saw in game one. Are we expecting to see another attempt at Arc Worm here from Scion?
True, yeah. Kind of spicy early cards here.
Honestly, do you ever pick up Improved Factory?
I don't know. Like, it's Sion's favorite unit, and I feel like I've seen him do that before. But there are games where you pick it and you're just down 50. You, like, never use it.
It's such a powerful card, though. Like, Improved Factory is very scary.
Yeah, for sure. I guess we should talk about the advanced shield device here. So Scion is the
Whoa!
missile specialist. Okay, well, first let's talk about the elite hacker. So it's good against sledges, it's good against arc lights. So it makes sense to pick it up, but man, that's crazy to pick up round two.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Tungdil and Apuchi famously have been playing some hackers. I guess Apuchi was the first one, beating Tungdil a couple of times, playing hackers in standard, and maybe Scion picking up on the trend there as well. Whether or not it actually gets purchased remains to be seen, but it's a
Yeah.
pretty spicy pickup there for the first or the fourth game in the finals.
Yeah, it's really powerful. I mean, you can even make level 4s with the 100 cost recruit button on the left tower, so we'll see. The spice might get pretty real here.
Missile landing, getting rid of a marksman, softening up those sledgehammers for the arclights and the stormcallers. Doesn't look too bad for Scion.
Yeah, not bad at all. Looks like he has a much better chance here. He's gonna lose the left side. At least he wins the right side. We'll see who collapses onto who here.
Some good hits on the left if he can get rid of another arclight, which he will. Get
Oh,
another
yeah.
salvo in as well. I think the stormcallers should come out ahead. We do get the debuff from Agri, but a lot of
Yeah.
ground to cover.
Yep. Looks like he got it with the missile strike. So I wanted to talk quickly about the advanced shield device. He took it against the missile specialist. So that's going to be really helpful down the line, especially if he wants to get into Mustangs, things like that.
It tends to be a very valuable late game card in these long range fights as well, but
Yep.
round 3, that's a lot of deployments. Quad Hound. You wanted to see some hot dogs, and the Grip Nakoma
Yeah,
might deliver. Goes for the pack.
for sure. I guess it's better in defense than it is in a long range battle, but I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I guess 4 deployments is still 4 deployments, right?
Yeah,
Hound is pseudo chaff. It's not that many of them in a pack, but if you get 4 of them, it might function in, about the same as a Fang pack or a Crawler pack.
for sure. Looks like Scion is taking his time. I suppose, yeah, the other units are interesting. Is he going to sell that? No, he's keeping it. I guess it's good because Mustangs are hard to play against it since you have the missile strike available.
It's just hard to deal with in general in these early games when all you have is triple marksman and then no fangs to be seen for Agri. We'll just opt to go more Arclights. Arclight range already picked up for both players as we're starting to see a trend here again with the round 3 Arclight range.
Look at the Wasp text, by the way. He's got high explosive ammo. He's got elite marksman. So shout out to you. He's got, I think, the same text as you, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that can be very powerful.
Yeah, those are peak Wasp carry techs right there.
For sure. I mean, the splash is so exciting when it comes out.
I'd be very surprised if we actually see it being played here, though.
Yeah, it doesn't there's no current reason to do it. maybe if like a worm drops or like Mustangs come out. I don't know. We'll see.
I'd be down for it though.
Yeah, of course.
Just send it. Range on the wasps next turn. We buy 2
Yep.
or 3 more. Set up
Yep.
for
Yep.
that second unit drop, which will definitely be a worm because you're playing carry wasp, so Bear-like will be kind to you.
I mean, he runs it for a reason, right? He must use it sometimes. Deployment module is kind of cute. You could have a wasp constantly moving around.
That is what
Goes
we'll be
for it.
seeing. Mustangs purchased for Agri all the way on the back line.
Yeah, definitely a good move here. They can farm up that experience as well, right? High leveled units give way more experience than low level units, like dramatically so. So yeah, a nice way to get the farming started.
No range though.
Oh, here we go. Hacker
The
Wasp, is it a
hacker is coming out. That's I mean he hasn't really teched the wasp, right? He has teched the hacker though,
Yep, yep.
and gives up a deployment for it too.
Yeah, what do you make of that? I guess he's just really hard investing into the hackers.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have clicked triple wasp in range and probably lost the game, but
Yeah, well, let's see if he can steal that sledgehammer and just sort of snowball the battle. There are some level 2 marksmen, so he can kill his own units at an okay rate.
early missile too. A little bit surprising. I guess left side there's no hacker, but he is missiling some of the prime targets for a hacker.
Hmm. Come on, Wasp, you can do it,
Sledgehammers.
buddy.
I mean, there's no range on those Mustangs, and level 3 Wasp probably just wins.
Yeah, I guess the marksman will like help snipe them slowly but surely, but yeah, they did all right. Maybe Tom's got the
Hacker
round.
trying its best, but that didn't look too good.
Yeah, I guess it's a close battle. Honestly, not the worst. Oh my gosh, that salvo was insane. What the heck? Uh, wait, hold.
Oh well, Storm's looking to say
Okay,
something about it. Won't quite be enough, but close round after all.
for sure. I imagine more hackers are coming down. We'll see if the sell button gets picked up here. Ooh, unit reinforcements, more flying stuff, some tanky boys.
Love some tanky boys. No, we don't.
Yeah, So phoenixes are good at killing your own stuff, which is really valuable when you're getting hacked. For Scion, they're actually anti-synergy with hackers because basically the phoenixes will kill what you're currently hacking, and then you don't get as healthy as a hacked unit, basically.
Sold out of it.
Okay, all right. I actually kind of
I
love that.
guess we don't stand level 4 Phoenixes either. We're all about those hackers and lack of anti-air.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what he's going to do. Like, I think it's always one more hacker so that you can hack, yeah, basically the left side. And then the question is he going to buy more wasps or not?
I mean, I feel like at this point you're kind of too late. Like, if you wanted to go for that, I feel like you should have done it last turn. Now,
Mm.
opponent has quad stang range. Things are looking a bit tough.
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess I'm just not sure where this composition is going, right? Because yes, obviously the hackers are going to be insane here in the mid game, but don't you need to do something else with your composition?
Oh, hey, I'm with you with this one. I'm just, I'm enjoying the ride. Scion, take me.
Yeah.
Just, I believe, maybe. I mean, we get a second tech on the hackers. Level 3 barriers, even after the nerfs, still pretty good. And well, with this much investment after picking the card, the range last turn, can't really back down anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Very curious to see how things will shake out. For now, though, yeah, I expect the barriers to be really strong. And with the missile strike killing one of the Mustangs, maybe the Wasps have a really good time here.
It is a very nice move, missiling those Mustangs all the way on the right side, and then redeploying the Wasps to make sure that they have a little bit of an easier time. They seem to be performing pretty well.
Yeah, and hacking arc lights here to kill the Mustangs, that's beautiful.
Tower will
Debuff
fall,
though.
though.
Yep. Oof. Ah, it's close. Not much left though. Can the hacker do
And
it?
the hacker shield there, surviving for such a long time.
Yep.
Bit of a lack of shield break from a Gripnocoma, but we'll still win the round. And now Scion sitting at sub 3k as we enter round 6.
Laser sight is here. There's also like a nano in case you like want to go into worm or something for Scion, but doesn't look like it. Lasers for both people. I think it's it's going on a hacker, not a wasp. He sold the wasp. He now has a deployment module, so he can start like really shuffling stuff around. Like he could move to the right hand side of the board here. He could oil the left and just go for an asymmetric move here. Doesn't look like it
Wow.
though.
Massive investment in the arc lights. Elite picked up another hacker on the left. I mean, if we looked at how last round went, right side looking pretty strong. There was a missile used, but another one is available this turn. So could be another good one. Triple Stormcaller here, though, for a Gripnocoma.
Yeah, just for the bubbles, right? That's the idea there.
Yeah, I would believe so.
Yeah, very interesting. Oh, I do like
Mustang,
the arc light move.
yeah, I think Arclight carry here does make sense. I mean, especially if your opponent is investing this much into Mustang,
Yep,
should get you some good value.
for sure. Do you think you should use the deployment module to like move more stuff to the right side and oil the left, or do you think that's just too much?
I mean, you could for a round.
Yeah, it just
I
feels
think
bad
it's
holding it.
eventually you do kind of want to go left side.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm feeling it for Scion here. I think he's got a chance.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, and those hacker shields. I mean, even with the added Stormcallers, looking pretty beefy.
For sure, just so many arcs, right? And like as long as you have them level 2, they're pretty formidable. Like they'll take care of Mustangs no problem. They can even bully marksmen, so yeah, there's just not really an answer to the arc lights, I feel.
And I will say, like, these hackers just looking strong, even though the enemy board isn't necessarily like the perfect hackable board. Agrippinocoma has been selling out of the sledgehammers, but just the arc lights alone seem to be good enough to hack. And then we have, yeah, the barriers doing some great work.
For sure. So is it smoke time? Yes, it is.
Could be tricky here if Scion doesn't shield. He might not do so because of the barriers on his hackers. Oh, never
Yeah.
mind.
Ooh, a forward bubble. Wow, okay. You don't see that super often because you know it's gonna die. So like you're like kind of just losing 100, but
Yeah, I think we've heard Scion about this before, but he really values smoke very, very highly, and he feels like you need to play around it because if it lands, you have to deal with that for 2 rounds, which is just, yeah, very, very hard to do.
yeah, it does make sense. I wonder if like you should bubble like even higher if that's how you feel about it. Like why not just move that bubble all the way up?
Speaking of bubbles that are far up, okay,
Oh, there we go.
Agrippinocoma
Look
adding some more.
how many storms we have, by the way. We've seen some 201 players try this like mass storm style.
Ooh, Mustangs are starting to get picked up here though for Scion, and I think that is signaling an eventual interception.
I think so, yeah.
No overload, by the way, available for Agri.
Yeah, that's crazy. It goes for range, in fact, which makes them even more interceptable.
I guess that'll be something for a future turn. Let's see how this one
Dude, there's
plays out.
seven bubbles on the board here for Tom. That's
Well,
insane.
hey, he's got to make use out of that card he picked up, the advanced shield device.
Oh, it's actually a good thing to mention. Yeah, these are really tanky shields.
Although I guess the back ones are just going to live perpetually no matter what the outcome
Yeah,
of the round is.
just fine against the missile strike specialist, I suppose.
Hacker's kind of chilling, although there's a little bit of a smoke blob there. Hacker getting
Hmm.
caught up in it. We'll walk through another one, and the Stormcaller is doing really well. That's a pretty big turn.
Yeah, not too shabby. I mean, Stormcallers deal a lot of player damage. That's the thing about this strategy.
But now we'll have to see how this works out if Scion triple recruits Mustang. Unit reinforcements available as well.
Yeah, what's good here? Melters are for sure good. Rhinos and Wraiths don't seem that promising to me. And then like Fire Badgers, I could see them getting involved in the flanks, honestly.
Okay, is there a world where you get cheesed here if you're Scion
Sure, but
because of Wraith?
it's... Oh, he could buy 3 more, and it would be 1,800 damage.
Yep.
Wow, okay. That would be crazy. I mean, he did pick them, so let's start with that. What does he have? He has armor. No field maintenance. Oh,
Oh
there's
my
the
god, he's
armor.
going for it.
Okay, but is he buying 3
Oh
more?
no. Yeah, that
I
is
can't
like
imagine.
buying 3 more is kind of the crazy bit here.
Indeed, yeah, it's like GG if you don't win, right? He'd have to sell a blue storm and loan and buy 3 more. But yeah, he's not doing it. So just 900 is minimum cheese here. But of course, he can outright win if, just crushes, right?
The thing is, Mustang Intercept will kind of count or like soft counter this type of play. Because even if the Mustang starts to be locked onto the Wraith, as soon as there's missiles to intercept, they will basically unlock themselves and still shoot down the missiles.
That's an interesting interaction, yeah. Let's see. It looks like we're getting tons of bubbles once again. This is crazy. He lost 3. He builds the 3 of them back. Well,
Love that hacker repositioning, making sure that it doesn't run through the little patch of smoke.
yeah, nice move there. Let things come to you, so you stay nice and safe in the back. And we just can't kill the wraiths, right? There's definitely not enough damage.
Nope.
Okay. So let's see if we can kill the ground at least. We are hacking arc lights.
I guess maybe if they hack marksman.
I guess so, huh? That's not impossible.
Right
Just
side
arc
looking really
lights.
strong. Although most of the
Yeah.
Mustangs have perished, I think. Well, some of them still alive.
I guess we bought anti-missile devices, so that's economic damage that might happen here. We already killed 3 bubbles on Tom's side. So a lot of economic damage occurring here.
Ooh, that level 3 marksman still belongs to Agri.
Get it, get it, get it.
Oh, it's been taken over. Oh no.
Wait.
Oh no. It's taking down shields.
It killed 1 shield. That's
Oh,
already
it
kind of
went
cool.
down. The
Okay.
Stormcaller's clutched up.
Man.
All right, well, Agri does win, but it's not going to be enough to close this out. And now you're kind of sitting there with 3 armored Wraith.
Yeah, I mean, is it annoying to answer though? Like, what does Scion do to answer it? Do you think like Melter maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Melter. I think you could even like elite recruit marksman with AA.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's a javelin available too. Both players, of course, pick it up.
That kills the anti-missile device, right? That's so toxic.
It does, yeah. I mean, I think more importantly, it kills the level 5 hacker.
Yeah, for sure. It's just cute that it also gets that damage. There's the Melter, yeah.
Yep. Melter just the safest option. Kind of okay. Javelin there from Scion. Not trying to hit too much. Just going for a level 1 marksman, a level 2 arclight, a hound, and a stormcaller. I don't think it'll hit the wraith.
Yeah.
Or perhaps trying to read a potential move back. Wow, but look at that redeploy from Scion.
Huge. Oh my god. Lovely play
That
there.
is massive.
For sure. Look how far back these melters are, by the way. I guess it makes sense. Like, they just have no business being early onto the battlefield against storms.
Okay, playing with fire a little bit there with the new hacker positioning on the right, but I think he should be fine.
I know, right? Man, this will be an epic comeback. Oh, he leveled the wraiths as well. Okay. Well, that feels a little all in to me. I guess
Yeah,
he's already all in, but
that's kind of wild.
right?
Melters are eating good in this game.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't
Is
even
it
have to
just...
shoot at like a small unit in between. Just got to shoot at 3 blue wraith.
I know. Is it just unwinnable now for Tom, do you think?
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Probably. That's a lot of investment that just
I
doesn't do
know.
anything.
Oh god. And all these bubbles. Like he lost like 4 last turn, 3 the turn before that, and I think 5 here. Or maybe it was 4 again. I don't know. That's crazy damage. Okay, skipping a bunch of low cost cards in the late game makes sense. Now, Gripnacoma, what does he need to do here? Like, he just, I don't know. He needs to overwhelm with missiles, but he doesn't have launcher overload. He must be kicking himself.
Yeah, I feel like if he had launcher overload, then the play of like this massive storm commit would make more sense. I think he even did he start selling out of storm collars? I think he
I don't
did.
know. Yeah,
I think he had
possibly
7
so.
before, no? Hmm.
Yeah, and like he didn't sell a Wraith on the previous turn because he still had 3, right?
Yeah.
So you're probably right.
Selling out a Wraith this turn, though. Only 2 left. The beacon makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to avoid the melters as much as he can. And a new melter addition from Scion on the outside, nothing in the middle. Is that going to cause problems or not?
Yeah, indeed. Hard to say. We're trying out Incendiary Bomb on the Stormcallers. There's like a little bit of oil on the board as well. The idea being like if you do miraculously land some fire, maybe you kill the Mustangs and then the missile interception's gone and yeah, you just win from there.
Kinda crazy that
Yes.
he's trying to go back into Stormcallers after selling one.
I know. He's like, do I sell Wraith? Do I sell Stormcaller? I don't know.
But I get it. It's tough. I feel like maybe marksman investments here could have paid off, but
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that. He's got like level 5. He does have Elite Marksman as well. Wouldn't Elite Marksman be kind of crazy? Like
yeah,
crazy
I
good,
mean,
I
you
mean.
might even have the money to go like elite double shots to try and break the shields a bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that's the only unit I can see that should do well into Hacker, Arclight, and Melter.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, Stormcallers trying to hit some fire, although most of it now has ended up on Agri's side of the board. Hacker Shields still holding. Wraith making a play in the middle. Hackers seem to be distracted, but oh, never mind.
I mean, fire has been landing. There's actually like fire kind of everywhere, but these melters are a little tough to handle. And there's hackers still. That's gonna be it.
Yeah, just too much things here to deal with. I think Agri getting a bit lost perhaps in the sauce. Trying to
Yeah,
close the game early with the Wraith, and it worked for a turn, but it wasn't enough to deal that 1800 damage. And so, yeah,
crazy.
early picked up Elite Hacker.
Yeah, looked
Gets it
good,
done.
right?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
that was a
barriers
different,
just look so strong.
another different game here. Much different than the first standard game. I can't believe we've equalized things 2-2.
And 2-2 means that we'll at least get 6 games
Yeah,
out of 7.
that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Much better than previous MAG1 seasons, perhaps, one might say.
Hey, man, there's entertainment value to sweeps.
Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, I certainly didn't mind Sako beating Flower Fairy 4-0.
It was actually 3-0, I think, because it was a best of 5 back then.
Okay, yeah, still working on the format, but yeah. It was nice for 501 Pride, you know. We're struggling a little bit this season. We may have lost two of our champions in Arbiter and Sako, but surely next season we'll be back. Don't worry, guys.
Copium.
No copium, no copium. Sako's gonna come back. Confirmed. Not confirmed, but like sort of confirmed.
That'd be exciting, though. Sacco
Indeed.
didn't lose a single game season 3. True.
Wow. Strong facts here. Yeah, a lot of people didn't lose games in season 3, now that you think about it.
Yeah, neither did Arbiter. The 501 Hope is still alive. I was having a look, though, in the weekend tournament that was happening at the start of the finals, and I think the top 9 was like all 201.
That is kind of crazy. Yeah, 201's just been on fire lately. I mean, you got to hand it to them. They had 3 out of 4 contestants in the round of 4. Of course, they have 2 finalists here today. They won season 2, about to win another season 3, so they are certainly the division to beat.
Oh, game 5 is now being set up.
Yep. They also
And
seem
this
to be
will put
finding. Go ahead.
this will put one of these 2 players on match point.
Yeah, true. This is a very important game. We'll see if they pull out any tricks or if it's going to be another standard game, because we've definitely been seeing back and forth in that regard. Like, we have been seeing some aggro here and there, but yeah, quite a bit of standard as well.
Was there something else you wanted to say before this?
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention. It feels like the 201 division just like keeps managing to find these new players who get good like really fast, just come out of nowhere. And I feel like 501 doesn't have that. Like I feel like we've had the old guard for like quite a long time, and I'd love to see some new blood from other divisions as well.
How do we get it done though? Is
I
that
don't
boot
know.
camping?
Yeah, I did mention this in our last cast that like the 201 are very collaborative. And yeah, maybe just other divisions need to start doing that. We need some more. Like GoDog has been making a lot of like coaching content, or I guess like tutorials. I don't know. Maybe we just need to be more collaborative.
But I want to keep all my strats to myself.
True. That's how you manage to beat Flower Fairy, right? You are cooking up some sledge magic.
Well, I was, but I was just trying to prove that you could pull this stuff off, okay? People just don't believe me.
Mm-hmm.
So I just got to get in there and do it myself.
Oh, for sure. That was a great day of games for sure. The Serpentine Cup, shout out to that. Shout out to 201, also doing their own tournaments in collaboration with MAG1, of course. All right, let's get started. Some
Well,
nice
there is a
tempo.
Stormcaller training spec if we want to go for some arc lights. I feel like that is what Scion would prefer to
Yeah,
go for.
unless he likes the
Oh,
marksman.
it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. What's a Grip Nakoma gonna do though? Quick supply is nice. Yes. Okay. Kind of tempo heavy specialists, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, you've got another 200 resources to spend at the start of combat, although I don't know what you'd go for here. Looks like he just picks up 2 arc lights, so we'll opt to
Yeah.
keep the money for a rainy day.
Yeah, just playing it safe here. It is a strong move. I mean, you may get unit reinforcements on like round 2, and then you can really be flexible with your turn.
Some ASIM standard coming out from Scion here. I guess ASIM defense trying to guess where Agri will be, but again, showing up on the left side, that's 3 for 3. Mind games certainly going on between these 2 players.
Yeah, I don't think you're very happy about that, having your steel balls behind the tower like that.
Yeah, no, this is not good because you've got no tower pressure, and yeah, you're gonna lose your tower here to Agri steel balls.
Yeah, I think he'll probably like sell out of the balls and either solidify the left side or start his own aggression on the line on the right side and turn it into a crossfire position.
I'd be kind of surprised though to see that latter happening. Not, I don't know. I don't know Scion for his like ASIM like standard pivot into aggro.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh well, redeployment can fix some things.
Yeah, 2 mobility options here. Subsidized steel ball, also kind of cool. What does Tom want here, do you reckon? Okay, yeah, redeployment.
A lot of stuff might be happening this game with units moving around and about. And the first thing that's going to be happening is a steel ball redeployment onto the flank from Scion.
Yeah, you were just saying how he doesn't do like sudden aggro. Now, this is not aggro. This is just a defensive player sort of being annoying, forcing the aggressor to, defend his towers, not just have that privilege for free. But still, I mean, getting a little fancy. It's nice to see.
And it's a bit reminiscent of that game 3, remember? When he was debating whether or not to put that saber tooth on the flank in that exact position, opted not to do so and maybe regretted it. And this time he says, you know what? Let's be a bit crazy about it. Let's use that redeployment. Let's put it to good use.
It's so true, actually. I'm glad you mentioned that. But once again, I kind of wish he would just put it on his main side here. Although, okay, I guess I'm wrong because it would have just got missiled. Maybe you're happy with the -50, though?
I think you'll be fine. Should just take out an arc.
Oh
Oh,
my
what? It hits
god.
both? That's
And,
gross.
oh god. Yeah, that is pretty gross. But maybe the ball flank here gonna be enough?
Man, Agri took out his ruler for that one.
Yeah, that was really nice. I mean, it looks not bad. The ball flank was great. Redeploy being used expertly there. The Phoenix, though, gonna snipe. Yep. That's an air
Oh, and
cheese
they're
win.
gonna get a level up after munching on the
The
orange man
pinata.
and getting the tower experience as well. Yep,
Yep.
the pinata. I
He has so many names like the Orange Man, the Pinata.
think that's about it.
Okay, I heard OJ earlier and Donald Trump. I don't know. I've heard some stuff there.
That's messed up. Hey, you want giants? Because we've got giants.
Yeah, seriously. Why did
That's
these
about
show
all
up
we
so
have.
early?
Well, we've got hounds too, but
Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably picking like Fortress here.
Fortress is a pretty good unit.
Indeed.
Oh, Raiden.
That's Tom's favorite
All
unit.
right. Yeah, this is all wrong. Scion picking Raiden. Tom playing Factory in game 1.
Yeah. Definitely a strong attack here with the Fortress Phoenix Crawler combo. Redeployment's going to be clutch. Oh, the ball
Arc
flank.
range. It
Of
needs to be
course.
done. Round 3, taxes need to be paid. There we go. And there we go.
Man, it's back.
Steel ball reposition. Phoenix reposition as well. Pretty big commit here on the right side for Agri.
I feel like this is so much better here for Tom. Like having this Fortress and Phoenix pairing feels so much better than this like lonesome marksman and like random Raiden. Like sure the Raiden's good against the steel balls, but there's plenty of other good units against steel balls. And they're only level 1.
Yeah, I mean, Raiden can definitely become a very scary carry unit if given levels and techs.
Yeah.
Can it contest Fortress though? Not sure.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Even like anti-air barrage on Fortress, if you buy enough of them, kind of be nasty against the Raidens. Zap zap.
Some good experience to be picked up here. If it kills the Fortress, does it
Yeah, will
level
it
up?
level?
Oh, not quite.
Unlucky.
Round number 4. Heavy armor available.
Hmm.
Seems like that would be a good pickup for a Fortress. But it's
Yeah,
actually going to
definitely.
be the other way around again. Okay, what is going on?
Yeah, what is with these players? Redeploy being used on the steel ball to keep it in the back against the Rhino assault potential.
And guessing correctly by the looks of it.
Yeah. Now, where's the money going? That's the question. Are we going to see more forts, more Raidens? Yes
More
for Raiden.
Raidens. Wow,
Okay.
okay. Wasn't necessarily expecting that. Wouldn't consider it the best response into Fortress.
Yeah, I guess I agree. Like, yeah, the balls are going to get sold eventually, and then it's just, I mean, they're good against Phoenix, I guess, like, kind of annoying for the Phoenix player, but yeah, there's no fort response yet.
If they manage to get levels, I guess you're fine. And the steel balls, whoa, okay, well, that'll deal with the Fortress, I guess.
Oh, dang. How many shots does a
Oh,
fortress need? Oh.
moving them back again.
Yeah, what if it would have worked? I think. But it's risky, right? Like, what if there's like a crawler in front? I guess you could
Yeah, and
missile.
there's also redeploy on both sides, so
Oh, true, true. Okay, well, positionally, I do like this more for Scion. I feel like the distraction in the upper left corner is really strong. The Raiden's just winning out on the left. Can we take down the fortress, though?
might be able to. Two steel balls alive and locked on. One of them will fall, and
Whoa,
it will just about be enough.
that's pretty big. Probably the Raiden gets it done then, unless the Phoenixes can somehow take it down. Oh, maybe, actually.
Oh, level 2 Phoenixes prevailing there in the air fight, but no text just yet on the Raidens, and with the range, it might get a lot trickier to take these guys down. Underground threat, quick pickup for Scion.
Yeah, more call
Another
down
heavy armor
spells.
available too.
True, yeah. Yeah, kind of like a tempo versus greed option here. You have two different call down spells, and then you have the heavy armor. Efficient light round 5, probably not what the players are after, especially considering they are in giants. So it's like Tom is thinking what he wants here.
Both players going for the underground. Temp range picked up. Looks like the game crashed, but you've still got us to tell you guys what's happening. Right here, we're back on MAG1 live radio. Phoenixes leveled up, moved back, trying to keep them a bit safe. Here for a Cryptocoma. And Mustang set up with range. This is starting to look oddly familiar to a game we saw before, where a Cryptocoma ended up playing some melters.
Yeah.
Are we going to see them again? They're not terrible into Raiden, although EMP on that particular unit can sometimes cause trouble for giants.
Yeah, it's a really interesting unit that it doesn't really have like better stats than like fortresses or melters necessarily, but just the fact that it can chain and put EMP on these like high investment units can be really powerful.
And those steel balls, by the way, unteched, level 2, but with the heavy armor, they've been doing so well, taking down that fortress for the past
Yeah,
2 rounds, but looks like there's still too many small units left alive. Maybe a chain here required, although it will reduce the range on the Raidens. But for now, a Coma coming out ahead.
for sure. Yeah. Not a huge win, but yeah, definitely some nice tempo happening here.
Round 6. More unit reinforcements. Stormcaller picked up here for Scion. And it's going to be the Sandworm for Coma. Is he going to be keeping that? Gotta feel like the answer will be yes. For now, shows up on the left side of the board.
Yeah, I do like it. I think it's pretty nice on aggro, and like, I don't know, the Raiden can get stuck on it, and then it's not really like chaining to other valuable units. So it might honestly be one of the better things you can get.
For now, it's just going to be some levels picked up here for Scion. Actually, we'll try his luck on the left side of the board, but the Phoenixes move back at the right time for Coma to deal with that devious flank, and we'll go for anti-air now on some marksmen that he elite recruited, mind you.
Yeah, that's an interesting move. And a blue Mustang. So yeah, he really thought that through carefully. I definitely don't mind the play. It is good to have single target that is not Mustang because, you know, armor could come out, for example. So you don't want to get kind of like gut shotted or surprised by that.
There is somewhat of a lack of frontline, though, right? I mean,
I
it's like a
suppose
focus
so.
on the level 2 worm, but these Arclights, if given a lead, could really start farming on the opponent's Mustangs.
Yeah, 100%. There's not a big front line for Scion either, so especially with this like flank now. I don't know about this flank. I mean, we'll see how it does, but
Stormcaller shots, though. Oh,
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how long they're going to stick around being level 3s, but
I mean, for now, we've got no
yep.
reason to remove them. They're hitting very well shooting at that fortress. Worm, though, a little bit trickier to take down, but the flank somehow manages to get in.
Yeah, pretty crushing. I mean, the bubbles, they probably live unless the worm can take it down. Yes, worms can take down bubbles, guys. It's weird.
Oh, and I think the
Ooh.
Phoenix got like sold at the last minute. Oh, Agri is going to be kicking himself for that one. That's why the flank got through.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I was looking at the Phoenix and I was like, dang, that's just going to handle that, but a lot of money here. 1750 for Scion.
Yeah, has sold one of the Stormcallers and picked up an improved firepower control system on the other.
Oh my god, that is so much damage. A full salvo is like what, 80k?
But you gotta imagine that that fortress gets sold, right? I'm kind of surprised that it stuck around for so long.
Yeah, I would like to see that sold. I'm not sure what he wants to transition into, like maybe just sandworms, phoenixes, and mustangs.
Bit of an odd like combination though. Whoa, okay. Level 2 fortress pickup here from Scion, and I think he picked up some more level 2 arc lights as well.
Yeah, that is interesting. I guess, yeah,
Worm
he
is getting moved around.
Yep. What do you think about the fort? Do you like it more than the other common answers like steel balls or like war factory, acid scorps, ignite fangs?
I mean, same level factory tends to do quite well. Wow, even the range on the singular fortress, so he's kind of locked in now.
That's crazy. What the heck?
And at the same time, we see armor picked up first on the sandworm from Scion, from Agrippnocoma, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a tanky worm for sure. I mean, the fortress eventually can kill
Oh
it.
man, this poor fortress on the right side is just getting blasted turn after turn.
Why is he not sold? You're right. This looks good for Scion, I think. Wow. Pretty crushing. We have anti-air. We can kill those phoenixes still. I guess it's just the Raiden. Oh no, the tower. Oof.
We'll go down, but I don't think there's enough to take down these two level 2 giants.
Oh, I guess not. Okay.
So things looking pretty good here for Scion. And after the investment into that sandworm, I
Yeah.
think buying more fortresses just looks solid. We do get more unit reinforcements as well.
3 sledges. Wow, that's a lot of front line. That's money for Scion, I think. He's gonna sell that.
Yeah, Saber Cash coming in clutch. Same thing for Agri.
Yeah, they just want the money now, I guess.
You know what this does mean?
What?
The poor fortress is still there.
Oh, you're right. I mean, he has like a redeploy or a mobile beacon.
No, no, no. Don't be ridiculous. This guy is like Prometheus, you know? Like the guy that got his liver eaten out every single day and then it regenerated. That's this fortress. That's his job. It just dies at the start of every single turn, and then it respawns again to relive the same nightmare. Anyway, War Factory is showing up. Will it be able to save it? Doubtful.
Yeah, maybe. We have double shot on the fortress. That's very helpful into this blue war factory. And so we have this Stormcaller we weren't able to sell, and there is an anti-missile device, so that's rather unfortunate as well.
And things are backwards. Again, like we've got
I know.
Raidens on the sides of Scion, which we already had, but now Agri has actually gone for the factory himself, which is Scion's favorite unit.
I know, it's so cursed. I'm so confused. We'll
Oh, oh my god, we have saved Private Fortress.
He's
It's
lucky.
alive and well.
Yep. Let's see how the War Factory does here. The tower is probably going to fall really soon. What level's the tower? Level 1. Uh-oh, 9-second debuff.
Well, we need to keep that marksman safe, though. I guess, well, we have some Mustangs too, but Need to have enough to take down that Raiden, although it's very low on hit points, so things looking pretty good. Lots of giants left alive from Agri. That'll be a boatload of damage, or perhaps a truckload, if you want to refer to that factory.
Yeah, he'll definitely live, but that's pretty painful. I think the pressure's on now. You got to loan, you got to do everything. Crazy tempo. Round 9.
Intensive training. Would you like a level 3 War Factory?
I wouldn't mind it. I would not mind it. What do you think Scion's going to do? He could do a level 3 War Factory. Is that what you meant?
Oh, true. Doesn't he have the money for it, though? I guess if he
Probably
starts
not.
selling, but... Whoa, okay, wait, I hadn't taken a look at this tech bar. What is that? No barrier on Fortress, but running Elite and Double Shot and clicking it on round 9? Hello, level 4 Fortress.
Yep, that's crazy. That is certainly some damage. Yeah, this guy in the center, level 4 Fortress, is a monster.
It hits for 120k every 2 seconds.
Wow.
It literally 4-shots the factory.
That's so wild.
Second tower attack taken as well, here from Scion.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, this is a crazy play. Also, look at these unit cooldowns. Rhino Assault. Oh no, what is that? Wasp Swarm and Underground Assault
And
here.
underground.
Yep. Good drill
Drill
crawlers.
has been clicked.
That could do something. Wait, what did we sell? We didn't sell the Stormcaller. Man, it's just getting AMD'd, bro. It has your item as well.
Yeah, I guess we redeployed the fortress. Not sure what we sold there.
Now the ball, maybe? Yeah, the ball for the heavy armor.
Yeah, that
Okay,
must be
that
it.
that does
That
make
makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a pretty tanky fortress, mind you. 316k. It's not that far off the factory.
Yeah,
Oh
for
my god,
sure.
it's managed to lock on instantly. Oh,
No.
look at that.
Oh my
Oh god.
god.
Avert your eyes.
Oh no. Well, that's kind of
The truck
justice,
is
though.
down. I repeat, the truck is down.
I'm so sick of these blue war factories. I'm game for this. Oh
I mean,
my
that's
god.
just dominance right there. What a Chad
Seriously.
play. I didn't know that Scion was built like that. I didn't know he was running Elite Fortress. Like, what is this?
GG. Oh my god. Well, reverse sweep is happening. That's 3 in a row.
That is 3 in a row. And that is also going to be match point for
Yes.
Scion.
That was a wild turn of events. I don't know. I was so unsure like what the players were doing, like who's going to commit into what board. We saw worms, we saw fortresses, raidens. Then all of a sudden Scion's like, all right, triple tech forts. Like, I don't care that there's a blue war factory.
I wonder if he's started to run this just for the finals into Agribnocoma.
Mm. Yeah,
Because I
he's been
don't
using
think
it.
he was running this before.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think he was just running like range double shot, fang spawn, and anti-air.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, that's a massive, tech loadout difference, and it pays off.
For sure. I mean, it's nice to have an alternate answer to this blue war factory aside from like melter or crawlers with acid, scorpion with acid, something like that.
So
That was
Scion now
superior.
managing to win streak a little bit in just a finals, like 1 game series, up to 3 wins.
Yeah, really impressive. I was worried about his mental game. I'm not gonna lie. We were discussing how, yeah, this is his debut into MAG1, so we don't know his like former tournament experience. Agripnocoma did season 2. He got to the round of 4. He's looking really strong. So I was like, okay, here we have a difference of mental games maybe, because like Scion is like kind of the favored player. Like his peak on ladder right now is just shy of 2600, which is like just complete monstrous territory. Like maybe only like Horrible Will and like Flower Fairy are up there like towards like the 2600. So I don't know. Crazy stuff.
And man, I just got to go back to that game 3, which came down to peanuts, really. I think Scion down to just a couple of hundred hit points. And if he had lost that game, I think we would be seeing a very, very different story here, but manages to clutch it up and then bounce back like we've never seen before.
That's actually a really good point. He had like 117 or whatever HP, and all thanks to that, the momentum is just crazy. Can
Well,
Tom turn it around?
Well, he'll have to, right? If he loses, that's it. Second place. I mean, of course, has been secured, but when you've made it this far, it would be awfully nice if you could go home with the trophy.
For sure. So much pride on the line. I mean, the difference between first and second is $200. So first place gets 500, second place gets 300. The other third and fourth places got 100. Of course, they've all racked up like a crap ton of bounty money by now because we are using a bounty system in this open season. If you win streak, then all of those win streaks are worth $10 per game. So everyone's gotten a pretty good payday this season. I like the new system a lot. And yeah, as I was saying, it's definitely probably more about pride than the money because I mean, sure, $200 extra is awesome, but the pride going forward and like the momentum to win future tournaments could be pretty big here.
Nah, man, screw pride. Give me money.
Money, money, money. I mean, these are greedy players, judging by their playstyles. I don't know if that enters into real life, but
Oh,
I'll
for
make
sure. If you're a round 3 supply enhancement picker, like I already know. I already know. You don't need to tell me. These guys are addicted to resources.
Indeed. Let's see what they're gonna go for here. Bunch of unit drops. Look at that. What unit do you want to have in your specialist? Fire Badger. All right. Good choice.
Is this going to be a giant specialist? Or is he going to go Typhoon here at Cryptocoma?
I mean, he loves giants, right? Like melters. We've seen a lot of it. It's one of his favorite units. But I mean, quick supply. He doesn't really like sabers. Yeah, giant. Makes sense.
Feels like sledgehammers are pretty high prio, especially in 201. One of
Yep.
the two packs, I guess, that are really strong if you want to play a long range game, alongside, of course, the Stormcaller openers, which Scion has managed to secure.
Absolutely. Would you say giant specialist is favored against Fire Badger in a long range battle?
No, I don't think the Fire Badger will see much play. I mean, you could put it on the flank. I think already we see a top crawler from Agri there on the line, so could see a Fire Badger show up there, but I don't think you want to invest into it more. In fact, I'd be really surprised if we don't see arc range on turn 3.
It's gonna be one of those games, huh?
Uh, yes,
I
it's
think
been
so. Yeah.
some of those games.
It's been one of those days, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just so solid. You can't really be sad about having arc lights. Like, they're not like the ultimate chaff clear. In standard, they kind of are, to be honest. In aggro, they're not the ultimate chaff clear. Vulcans are also really, really good, and we may see them this game with giant specialists, so we'll have to see.
Minor victory there on turn 1 for Agri. Sledge is prevailing.
No ER Vulcan desired here, despite being a giant specialist.
I mean, we're clicking range on arc lights on round 3. What else do we need?
Are we though? Did we have to? We only have 2 arcs.
No,
We have
we
sledges.
we are locked and loaded for that one.
Okay.
Contract's been signed.
It looks like it, honestly.
Wow, triple marksman recruit. That was a quick one from Scion. Phoenixes, though, from Agri, and this is something that Agri likes to do a lot. Seems to
Yeah.
prefer going Phoenixes in standard usually over marksman, and here we see it again. Could have gone for the marksman too, but opts to go for a Phoenix instead.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, watching the VOD of the previous round of 4. So it's interesting to see that some players do prefer these marksmans over the Phoenixes. Of course, Fortress Anti-Air is the biggest punishment, but it can be hard to get into Fortress Anti-Air in a standard match sometimes.
The thing that surprises me, though, is that he's willing to pick this with a, you know, not the most impressive tech bar if you want to carry with Phoenixes, but I guess he just
Yeah.
wants to use the tempo, and it seems like that's going to work out. Despite the triple marksman pickup, not enough shaft there from the looks of it, and Phoenixes will do very well, even managed to pick up a level.
Whoa, instant level. That's surprising. Definitely helpful. Against a giant especially, I feel. Here we go, some giant stuff. Extended range marksman as well, by the way. Kinda looks good.
Yeah, that might be worth a pickup. Additional deployment slot, hard to pass upon, though.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you don't care as much, though.
We'll go for it. Wow, look at that. I mean, how early do you like your sandworms?
Yeah, seriously. Well, into
Oh,
marksman, I
it's
guess.
inbound. There it
Oh
is.
my god. Of course. Of course.
What did I tell you? Well, Arclight range picked up, but Sandworm here, not looking at too much DPS just yet. And the barrier, 60k on round 3,
Yep.
could prove difficult to deal with.
So the extended range marksman is actually really bad into the worm, right? The worm like closes the distance, so the range doesn't matter, and then you deal 20% less attack damage. Look at
Yeah,
that
that's
thing.
true. Yeah, the marksman just
Yeah,
not really having the juice required to take this down.
for sure. Yeah, you may need an alternate answer here. We saw like steel balls tried earlier by Tom, I think.
Well, should be another good round from Agri. Worm will pay off, and the nice thing about being giant spec is that even if you manage to, or your opponent manages to counter you, you can just sell, right? You didn't have to spend anything on the unlock. You might lose the deployment, but that can be completely fine. Although, in this case, Melting Point showing up practically for free.
Dang, that's really nice to have against a giant spec. I mean, melting's just good against every giant unit.
Yeah, normally Worm into Melter is kind of fine because you have
Mhm.
access to that replicate, but if your opponent has a level up on the Melter already, it could prove tricky.
Yeah, it ramps so fast. I mean, it definitely can kill the worm before it burrows.
Oh, Scorpion pickup. Are we going to see some Siege mode gaming?
We could. That'd be cool. It's good against melters, right? Like
Yeah.
outranging melters is huge. Where is he gonna place it? Looks like near the arc lights.
Scary thing is, I think the round that they're going to come out without any techs on them, they probably lose pretty hard.
Yeah, that's a good point. At least Tom has like 4,300 HP, so like whatever. But yeah, the tempo feels terrible. Whoa, he's in. Okay,
Oh,
he's
never
selling.
mind.
Yeah,
Look, I'm sorry for ever mentioning anything other than Arclight Melter.
you got me excited, Rooster.
Yeah, it's my bad, honestly. I knew about the contract. I read it beforehand, and yeah,
Yeah, so
apologies for
just
the.
it's okay, Rooster. So just a melter duel, it looks like. I mean, I guess there's phoenixes. I'm not really sure what's going to be kept, what's going to be sold. I imagine we're selling the scorpion next, but I don't know. This giant's not very impressive. I mean, this worm is not really impressive, I feel.
Hey, don't say that.
It's true, though.
Size doesn't matter.
And rip.
Yeah, okay, its performance is not anything to brag about, but hey.
Yeah. Well, as we said, it's going to take a while to deal with this melter. Decent damage. Absorption
Absorption
module.
module. That's a bit scary on a level 2 melter.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, there's like a level difference, which, like, honestly, like, level 2 melters fighting level 1 melters, you can feel the difference. Like, you can lock on, like, significantly later and still win if you're level 2.
Yeah, that 90% damage healing
Yeah.
also is massive on something like a melting point.
Yep. Will be interesting to see if that ends up mattering here. Looks like we sold the worm before the scorpion. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I guess it's all right.
Can Agri win here though? Already, if he just tries to melt a mirror. Like, is he actually in a better spot? Scion already has more arc lights, more melters, a better item, a level up, storm collars, which are probably more useful than
Hmm.
some of the other units on Agri's board. I feel like this is a little bit tough. Like,
Could be. I don't know. There is some asymmetry that could make it okay. Like Tom has additional deployment slot, and he's printed. I guess the giant spec didn't really matter too much, huh? Yeah, hard to say. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe Tom is just sort of behind. Maybe like the barrier item will prove good long term.
oh, it's definitely useful. The thing is, right? He didn't pick the melting point. He decided to go for Scorpion to sell,
Yes.
but he kind of put himself behind on tempo because of that. Because I mean, a level 2 melter still does matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, manages to get a lock on though,
Wow. That's fortunate.
and the melter on the left is not too far gone either.
Will he kill the
Okay,
melter? No. Okay. Wow. That's a low HP Scion.
so Agri there already striking back. And that means he can get some levels, can sell out of the Scorpion, although already we've got more stuff to sell, presumably, as the next round of unit reinforcements is here.
Yeah. But like, oh my god, the Scorpion's so bad. I want to sell it. But apparently the Farseer is worse somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Fire Switch is worth more, which might allow you to get some levels on the melters, grab a second tech, and here we go.
Yeah.
EMP Barrage already picked up from Scion. Scorpion also not doing that poorly last round, I have to say. 36k damage is acceptable.
Yeah, it somehow like landed a salvo or two on the melter. I have no idea how, but yep.
Well, turn is over for Scion, basically. Just picking up some chaff, going for that double melting point play.
Yeah, I think he
Hounds now.
does. Ooh. Okay, just for the
Hot
oil.
dog.
Hot diggity dog.
Yeah, there it is. That should prove very effective into Scion's board. And 2k hit points.
Wait, there's an AMD.
Oh, there is. Is that going to
Oh
be enough?
snap! It is
I
on the
think it
first.
is.
Oh, but there's
Oh,
these.
but the EMP. Yeah.
Okay, dang, it was almost
Well, what's it
amazing.
going to intercept first is what matters here. Is it actually going to try and intercept the EMP barrage, or is it going to intercept the Hound?
I think the EMP is much faster, and maybe.
Oh, it's
Oh
not
my
landing.
god. Okay.
And the Hounds are going to die, so that's not going to be lit on fire.
That's so clutch. I can't even. Oh my god.
Was that already there?
I think it's new, right?
I mean, if it's new, then it's understandable. If it was already there, then it's just a mistake.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, what a big difference it's making too.
Oh,
Oh, the
EMP
EMP.
there, though, hitting
Oh
for
my
Agri.
god. Huge EMP there. Killing the Giga
Standard
Ray
range
boss.
marksman with the storms will prevail on the right side somewhat. Can we take down this blasted anti-missile device?
I mean, probably. Yep.
Oh, tower debuff, but the EMP will hit.
Yeah. That's a close round, but decent damage.
Well, I think Scion there with that AMD play definitely saving himself a good amount of
Absolutely.
hit points. He might have even died if somehow
Yes.
that landed.
Honestly, yeah. Now we got Ion Blast though. That's pretty annoying.
I mean,
I,
both players, I guess, kind of equally susceptible to it.
yeah, I like Scions much more at the moment.
It's a bit easier to hit, I guess. I mean, I think for Agri, you're just looking to damage a melting point. I mean, the thing is, the level 1 can die if there's no shield,
Yeah,
but the
true.
level 2s can tank it.
Mustang's coming out. That's to counter the hot dogs and the stormcallers. Is he going to double tech for the missile interceptor? EMP marksman. That's a cool move there.
Well, Mustangs, mind you, being purchased here by Agri.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm wondering if he's going to missile interceptor tech them or not. Oh, yeah, and he has additional deployment slots. There's 4 of them. Dang, that's a lot of Mustangs.
Wasps could become a good gut shot mechanic now as well.
Ooh, true.
Scion yet to invest into some Mustangs.
Yeah. Well, let's see how the ions do here. You talked about the level 1 melter maybe just dying, and yes, indeed.
We'll go down. One from
Phoenix is
Agri
dead.
surviving, but got EMP'd in the process.
Dude, Scions is so good. Oh my gosh, killed like Phoenixes, Mustangs, Sledges, Field.
And it's hitting pretty well. Somehow, though, a couple of crawlers still in there, and that level 2 melting point with the item. Not
Yeah,
managing
he's
to lock onto
exposed.
anything useful.
We'll see how the EMP marksman does though. That's a nice addition here.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's hitting.
Yeah. What a cool move.
That's working out
Wow.
very well, and that'll equalize hit points there between Scion and Agri as we enter round number 8.
Yeah, this could be the final round here. We could be declaring a victor, or maybe not.
Orbital bombardment picked up very swiftly from Scion. Same thing for Agri. Those late
Yeah.
spells,
Yep.
almost always a must pick.
Yeah, 100%. Phoenix is sold here for Tom. Oil's picked up here for Scion. Will it get lit on fire by anything, or is it just a slow? I guess it's just a slow. I guess we could see Stormcaller fire, but
Could go for the hot dogs himself if he wants to.
yeah, true. That might be even better.
And we'll do so.
Yeah. Hot dog on the left here. Gonna light that oil on fire. That's good against the Mustangs, the crawlers. There's the wasps you
Oh,
mentioned.
but there they are.
Oh, all
That could be
together.
problematic.
Oh, 100%. This is a great move. I mean, he's identified the one weakness, right?
And we saw him take a game with this in our very first game of the series, I believe.
Yeah.
But man, going Wasp into an orbital
Oh, that's
is
true.
guessed incorrectly too. I guess the shield might let some of them survive, but Scion is going to be praying here that these shells hit where they need to.
I mean, maybe he should be like mobile beaconing to the flanks, but in any case, let's take a peek at that because that could be disastrous.
I mean, this is as big of an air target as you'll get. Somehow, though, they're starting to make it through. Couple of them, they're
Oh
getting
my
damaged. How have
god,
they? There's no way.
this is rigged. What the hell?
How have they made it through?
Oh
3
my
wasps got hit.
god, I can't believe it. Does that mean he wins the round? I mean, it looks deadly.
Who gave the coordinates on that one?
Seriously though.
That is wild. Still, though,
Wait,
doesn't look like
yes,
he's really
Scion.
winning.
I think Scion's got the round.
It's
Okay.
awfully close. Yeah, we'll actually win out.
Okay. So now maybe you go Mustangs in response. I mean, I don't think the Wasps are terrible still. You can like beacon them back and forth maybe. Oh my god, more spells? Oh man. Looks like oil is back here for Tom. Yeah, for Tom. So that's also interesting. He has the hot
Oil's
dog
still
still.
intact on the left side, by the way. Hot dogs not
Oh,
hitting.
how? What happened?
I think they
Oh, they
went
shot middle.
towards the crawler pack. Yeah, there's actually no chaff like in the oil to target,
Oh
so
my god. He could have positioned that way better.
it's crazy, like the amount of underperformance from Hot Dog in this game. Gets
they're
intercepted, shoots at the wrong targets. Like, oh my days.
they're fine, guys. Don't worry.
Wait, isn't he willingly putting himself on fire here?
Uh,
Agri is connecting the oils.
yeah. Okay, I guess I get your point. I don't know. I guess it depends if he thinks that like one of those rectangles is better than the other. Like I don't know, because yeah, it's tit for tat for sure.
I mean, you could have just moved it, right? Like, it doesn't
Yeah,
need
but
to touch the other oil.
indeed, but maybe he wants like that secondary guarantee. I don't know. It's a weird move. I agree.
Well, no third tech available yet. We have seen crawler production being taken last, but
Where's the anti-air
for now, there's
though?
going to be some levels.
Do we care about the walls?
There's some Mustangs all the way in the back with range.
Couldn't see them. Okay. Well, hopefully that's enough. Javelins land. The fire, yeah, all gets burned up.
It doesn't even hit like that big of a patch either because of the shield. Like, I'm not too sure about this move from Agri.
Yeah, I mean, it
Like,
looks
look at
better
our
for
poor
Scion.
Mustangs. Like, why did we do this?
Yep.
The whole left side just burned.
Maybe Tom wins the left, but I'm feeling kind of good for Scion here.
Well, Tom somehow still winning the left despite burning all of his small units.
This is really close, by the way.
Well,
Maybe
that
debuff.
Melter, though, is
Oh,
putting in a lot of work.
oh my god, it's still close. Honestly, it's gonna come down to EMPs here. There's some like
Oh, the
random
UMP didn't
chaff.
land. Oh, it's hitting back. How is this melting point cosplaying Neo?
Oh my god, dude, Scion is 250 HP away from winning the MAG1 Open season.
Round 10. And of course, more unit reinforcements. We do get a bit of respite. No spells. If
Yeah,
somehow we go to next round, though, we start over again. We'll get Ion into Oil, into Jav, into Orbital, into the whole shebang. But it might end here if Scion makes the
indeed.
right play. Opts to go for Typhoon. And I think sold out of one of them. And there we see the third tech. Crawler production picked up.
Yeah, nice move for sure. More melters make sense with it. And how do you feel about the steel balls with armor?
Um, Crazy.
Yeah, like it could be good. They are good against melters, but like this is such a complete board, right? Like there's like EMP marksman, there's elite marksman arc lights. Like I'm not sure about it.
I mean, I think it's just like so many melters that you can't even really overwhelm them with steel balls anymore. I get the play, like you're trying to lock up the Mustangs so that the Wasps get in, but that requires some very careful positioning and targeting sequence. Like you need the Mustangs to lock onto steel balls, and then in the meantime, melting point not to shoot at steel ball and go for the Wasps instead. Like that's gonna be tricky to pull off. Let's see.
Yeah, for sure. Very curious to see. I mean, I really like what Scion's doing here. He's putting a bunch of level 1 melters way in the back just to spawn crawlers at different like wave intervals, and like honestly just like checkerboarding these melters is really nice to get different lock-ons. But we'll see. I mean, this wasp threat, this ball threat, it could be very powerful.
Those underground crawlers, how much can they delay? Looks like the melting points are kind of stuck there on the Wasps.
Yep.
Mustangs, meanwhile, from Scion, mostly shooting
The balls are
at the
coming in.
crawlers. But man,
There's so many.
the
So
right side
many.
is just completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, the left side's not bad either, honestly, considering, right?
I mean, look at how much chaff there's left on the right side.
Oh man. The Wasps and Steel Balls did it.
Oh,
We're going
no
to a game
way.
7.
We're going to game 7.
Oh man.
The steel ball play. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't a believer, but he's
Yeah.
proving me wrong.
It made a difference for sure.
Just completely overwhelming the chaff clear there from Scion on the final round and sending this to Silver Scrapes.
I'm
We're
surprised the
3-3.
crawler. Yep. I'm surprised the crawler prod didn't do more. I thought it looked really good. He's got like what? 7 melters? Seems
That is
kind of good.
wild.
Yeah.
That is absolutely wild.
Very cool. Well, it's cool that diversifying is better than just buying a crap ton of melters. So that's nice, I guess.
Absolutely crazy stuff. And Agri there also picking up that bounty from Scion, who racked up 3 wins. So $30 going over to him. Absolutely min-maxing anything he can get.
Dang. Oh, craziness. I mean, Melter duels are not my favorite, but man, in a high stakes tournament, when everything's on the line, it's pretty sweaty. I'm not gonna lie.
Wild stuff.
So what if the new trend is we either get 4-0s or we get game 7s in MAG1 finals?
Honestly, a story of extremes. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I think as 501, we do like those extremes.
For sure.
You know, go hard or go home. I respect it.
Exactly. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know what to expect for this final game. We've seen, I think, a little bit more standard than aggro today. And like not very many crazy games, I have to say. Like we haven't seen games where like it's like crossfires or like headbutts with like a million tower fortifications. So that would be an amazing final game here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it is true that Scion has been avoiding aggro like the plague, despite having some pretty decent backs for it. But remember that spider game didn't end up going for it. Ended up playing some defensive sabers as well. I think
Yep.
even defensive saber or steel balls with that redeploy game. I guess that one was kind of crazy, but
Yeah. That game was pretty cool, for sure. I liked that one. But we
looks
can get
like
crazier.
Scion just feeling most comfortable on the defense.
Yeah, I respect it. It's working. I mean, this reverse sweep was crazy, and now for Tom to stop the reverse sweep at the last second to defend his honor is really exciting. Great storyline for a grand finals.
The true question is, are we going to get one, arc light range on round 3, and 2, another melter mirror?
Oh my god, can you imagine? I always find it weird when there's like back-to-back same games like that. Like it can happen, but
I mean, we have seen multiple melter mirrors already, right?
yeah, it must be like a flavor of the week or flavor of the month or something. I don't know. I haven't seen Crawler Prod for a while, and I haven't seen Melter Duels for kind of a while either. Like they used to be so OP to spam, but they're not that good to spam anymore.
Well, it seems like these two players disagree.
Yeah,
Be
for
interesting
sure.
to kind of prod and see what they think about it.
Yeah, it is a good question for sure because it's not really in our sphere, the 501 sphere. So, but yeah, it's cool to see today.
Well, game 7.
It's all down to this. Quick supply is there, big tempo. Kind of defensive stuff for Tom, I'd say. I mean, there's the spider, but yeah. Okay. Probably standard versus standard, but like you could aggro here as Scion.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it though.
No,
Like
but like,
Sledgehammer aggro
man,
is on the spicy side of things, and
yeah, but like when you're quick supply, you're like, you can get out of the sledges pretty quick. But yeah, he
what
likes
about quad
sledges.
sledge?
Oh, I would love to see that. I mean, it's been proven successful in Mag ones before. Shout out to a pooch.
A quad sledge into storm is definitely like fine.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, he does
baby.
it.
Let's go.
Okay.
Lovely. What are the techs here? We got mechanical rage, we got EMP, that's already awesome. Range and field maintenance.
Extended range. Sledgehammer card, turn 2.
Oh my god. That would be one way to win the the grand finals. Goes
Well,
for
round
the
1 should
funnel.
definitely be going to Scion.
Yes. It would be shocking if you lost.
And that's already his specialist completely used up. Agri will be getting that Farseer, but we'll have to wait another 3 turns before he gets his hands on it.
Yeah, it'll be so helpful, but yeah, have to wait a long time. Like if anything, this matchup is kind of rough where it's like one player has immediate tempo, the other has to wait like 4 frigging rounds. Not a big HP total either, right? Like 3,800 against Quick Supply.
And that's a lot of damage. Already 700 dealt on round 1.
Yeah. What do we got?
Okay, round 2 unit reinforcements. Keep in mind, Scorpion was taken out of this one recently, so
Mhm.
can't get punished as hard anymore.
Yeah, good point. I think this is all just money. Like, I'm not sure. You could like Wraith for a round just to be annoying in the air, I guess.
Get the Rhino into the cell from Scion, and I saw double Phoenix pickup. This is very high tempo. Rhino as well from Agri.
Oh, the Phoenix just answers it though. Huge. Dude, this could be a huge tempo game. Like, honestly, Scion could just do tempo after tempo after tempo.
It would be
Win.
wild if this like ends on round 5 somehow, because I've seen these things happen, man. Like
Yeah.
this many sledges.
Yeah, he's got the right units for it, right? Like, Phoenixes tend to live, and then Sledges, I mean, he just has crazy tempo. Looks like more Arclights here for Tom. Those aren't going to fare super well into Phoenixes and Sledges.
That's such a greedy play.
Yeah, like, he's not even getting, like, anti-air
Like
against,
you're
like, the
playing with
Wraith.
fire here, because I think he's also setting up for Arclight range on turn 3 again. Although it'd be kind of weird into a board of nothing but sledges.
Yeah, good point. What are you thinking for him? Like hackers, or do you like something more like Fort? Like Fort AA is like actually looking really good.
Yeah, but then you're running into like Melter. Like Melter Sledge is
Hmm.
really good into that. I
Yeah, for
don't
sure.
mind the hacker. I think the hacker is honestly easiest to get into.
Yeah.
And we've seen it work as well from Scion.
Yep, absolutely. What are we looking at here? Looks like so 400 damage for sure. We have a full sledge pack, a bunch of fangs. So maybe like 800,
That's
900
another.
damage here.
I mean, that's sending you down to, yeah, sub 2.5. We're entering
Yep.
round 3. Like, these are hit points you would normally see somewhere in the mid game.
Yeah, exactly.
Very quick skip. I wasn't even able to see what the cards were. Guys,
Me neither. We got to tell these participants like don't pick in the first.
I've never
Oh.
seen that. I did like the cards didn't even show up.
Oh. Okay, scorpions it is. Like, not a bad answer for sure, but like scorpions do take time to get online, and more phoenixes are coming out.
Yeah, like into low chaff, it's like fine, but man, like where's the
Hmm.
anti-air? We just went double Scorp, one Fang.
Yeah, yeah,
Opponents
big.
is triple Phoenix.
Yep. I mean, yeah, probably 600 damage coming through if I had to guess, but that's minimum. Like,
Like this is we've already had unit drops. Now we're gonna get them again on 5, 6, or 7, but they could come on round 7. Like
hmm,
this might be very rough for Agri.
yep.
And we get
I'm
a
pretty
tempo
nervous.
missile from Scion as
Oh
well.
my
We'll take out an
god,
Arclight, some crawlers, and the Stormcaller pack.
that was an incredible missile.
And Phoenixes, because of it, will lock onto the Scorpion pretty fast.
Scorpion on the right's doing well at least.
Yeah, the good thing here for Agri is that Scion doesn't have that much chaff yet. And I guess the
Yep.
Arclights do help clearing stuff somewhat fast. But man, yeah,
Oh,
all of the Phoenix is still alive. Some sledges in the middle too. That's looking more like another 800 damage or so. Could even be
yeah, it's 1,000, I
shy of
think.
1,000.
Yep. Just shy of 1,000, I think. Crazy damage. Look at
1,500.
that.
We're on round 3, entering round 4. Super supply.
I think Scion should
Agri
take it.
has to skip.
I mean, Scion doesn't have to take it, but like it is a really safe pick here.
Like, if you're confident that you can pivot this into something that'll scale,
Yeah.
like for instance the melting points, oh,
Hmm.
doesn't go for it, then it'll give
Okay.
you some security in the late game. But things you can close this out,
Yep.
goes for the range, goes even for a lone here on round 4 to be able to afford double range on both the sledgehammers and the phoenixes.
Wow. This is crazy. We have a Farseer now, so like this is the time for Tom to stabilize maybe. He also has anti-air thanks to the Farseer, so his like greedy no anti-air strat maybe gonna pay off here.
And talk about greed. Remember that missile from last round?
Oh,
Another one now being deployed on the right side, and it doesn't look like Agri is answering it, calling the bluff.
that's brilliant. I love the missile here.
Oh,
Oh,
is he really
okay.
going to only add one on the right side and on the left? That is 5
Yeah,
head.
that is 5 head.
Okay, no, crawler left side. Okay.
Okay, okay. So he's sniffing out that Scion wants to go pure tempo. So great read here from Tom. Certainly wonderful to have this Fang to intercept the missile. Temp range, kind of early. Normally you temp range round 5.
Still, though, anti-air really lackluster from Agri. Did get his Farseer, so,
Yep.
he's arguably like tripled his anti-air compared to the one Fang he had. But, I mean, the Phoenixes are starting to get like really, really far ahead of the game. Like level 2 on both of the outsides.
Yeah. Oh, great
Look
connects
at
on the
how
Scorpions.
fast.
Oh, man. I mean, he's doing well on the left. It's always good if you're winning a side at least.
Yeah, side is winning, but there's no Farseer to be seen, so the
Oh,
Phoenixes will just gobble up all of the units.
yeah, you're right.
Does deal with
Uh-oh.
most of the remaining sledgehammers. Farseer does what it can, but that's another triple Phoenix surviving. That's another 600 that you're looking at, and now suddenly you're looking at a sub 1k hit points. Round
Yep.
5.
Rhino Assault or Skip most likely. Okay. Rhino Assault for Scion. Maybe like top left corner. He just wants to distract everything. I actually think that's a nice move when you're in Tempo City. Just distracting everything is actually just worth 100. Not a lot of money though, right? Because Scion did loan the previous round. So
I mean, he has to loan again, I would say.
yes, I do like the
Like
permanent loan line.
the if you can close it out, like if you can close it out in 3, you'll be fine, right? Because you only get the repercussions of your loan the turn after. So currently he's down 300, but if he loans, he's up 400. So you're still like up 100. Next turn you'd be down 400, but you can loan again, or you'd be down 600. Sorry, but you can loan again, so you'd break even. So for now he's still okay.
Yep. Hot
And
dogs,
Agri loaning
oil.
too. Oh, it's the gut shot play.
Yeah, it looks good, right? Because like we've got 3 level 2 Phoenixes. Like our single target is insane. If we just Giga clear the chaff, and we got this Rhino Assault as well, pulling
Oh
everything.
boy. Oh, that is looking nasty.
Yeah, this
These
fire
level
DPS
2
too.
Phoenixes deal so much damage to the Scorpions.
Oh
Right side
man,
dealt with.
we have one
Looks like another
Farseer.
round win. Is it going to be enough? I mean, there's a bunch of Sledgehammer packs still alive. Tower will fall.
It's like
And
1K
with
on the
all of the
field.
Phoenixes, that's simply going to be it. It is
GG.
legitimately a round 5.
Oh my god. That was great tempo play from Scion. Congrats, our grand finalist, winning the whole thing, even though it's his first time ever being in the MAG1. Dang.
What an unexpected game 5.
Game 7.
Game 7 even. Yeah, true.
Yeah, dude.
Crazy. Like imagine going for that as well. Cuz that requires some bravery. Like going for quad sledge, doubling
Hmm.
down on the tempo.
Yeah, just great play. I mean, it's tricky to deal with that. Like the missiles were a great part of it too. Just yeah, it was just great lines, really great lines.
And yeah,
Loved
Agri,
everything.
were the Scorpions a mistake? He wasn't able to get into the anti-air, right? And
Yeah,
that really cost him. Like eating 600 damage every round, plus like whatever sledges survived. With those Stormcaller packs on low hit points, it just, yeah, you pay. And you pay with your life in the end.
yeah, absolutely. Well, big congrats to Scion. Now for Tom, he is looking awesome too because he made it to the round of 4 in the previous season. Now he makes it to the finals and game 7. Like he was so close. So now we have 2 big contenders in the arena, not just Flower Fairy. We'll have to see if Sako next season. I'm sure he'll join. We'll see if he can contend with these 2 monsters. But yeah, very exciting.
And man, I mean, hey, it delivered, you know? Like we mentioned the potential sweep, but we got what we bargained for.
100%. Great season. We're going to be getting
A
you some
fantastic season.
interviews very soon, so don't go anywhere. I'm very excited to hear both of their thoughts. I believe that, so I know Scion has great English. I think Tom has good English as well. We're going to get Bear-like. We're going to hear some thoughts about the future seasons. It's going to be great. So just give us a moment, guys, as we get them into our voice call. All right. All right, we got a bunch of people in this voice call here. I believe we have Stony here if we need to do any translation from Mandarin to English and vice versa. We've got Godog as well. We've got a Gripnocoma, aka Tom, and Scion. Let's start with Scion. Scion, congratulations on your win here. It's your first season entering the MAG1, and to immediately win, to take down Fairy, to take down Tom is wonderful. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where do I begin? I mean, this was a crazy day. You were down 0-2 to start with. So what was your thoughts after losing that second game? Were you feeling nervous?
Yeah, yeah. Especially because defense is, I believe it's my strongest type of game, but I lost the game of standard, lost the game of defense, I think. Uh, and yeah, I thought for a while that I was going to get 4-0'd. I managed to come back in game 3 and game 4.
Yeah, it was a great comeback. And it's crazy because we've had a curse in the MAG1 of 4 zeros or 3 zeros, right? So we were kind of worried that this was going to be another one, but you did manage to turn it around. Did you figure out what Tom's weakness was, or did you just sort of start to play better, do you think?
Um, I think that Tom is not especially good at closing games out. I mean, he had lots of chances to end the game in games 3, 4, 5, like the Wraith play in the Hacker game or the War Factory, but uh, he seemed to misplay that a bit.
Yeah, that's fair. Like the Wraith game as well was crazy. The Wait, was that you or was that Tom with the 3 Wraiths? I can't remember now.
Yeah, Tom with the Wraiths.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. That was another like chance where he could have closed it out, but not quite.
Yeah.
I'd like to get your thoughts as well on this Melter meta, perhaps, that we've seen. Lots of Melter Arclight Mustang games. Do you feel like this is one of the top comps? And do you have any idea as to what brought it on? Because it hasn't necessarily been the most popular in like the previous months.
I think Melter is okay-ish if you play it by yourself. It's one of the best comps in the game if you get it out of a drop. Like especially when your opponent is playing forts or worms or things like that, and you get a melter out of a drop, then yeah, it's very good.
So, will you be back next time for the Meg ones? Do you feel like coming back in the future? Did you have a good time with the tournament?
Yeah, I look forward to appearing again in MAG1.
Awesome. Yeah, you're a lot of fun to watch. It was crazy how well you did. Like you started off with a 4-0, 2-0ing both of your first days. Then I believe you lost 2 matches, but eventually taking down Fairy and getting yourself into the finals. And yeah, it was a great run. Are you worried about any future players? Like, do you think Sako, for example, could give you a run for your money?
Yeah, I don't think I've beaten Sako in uh in the past season or two. But that could be because Sako does plays at a different time zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Definitely
right.
Sako would be a very tough opponent to play against.
For sure. I mean, 501 had a difficult time this tournament, We didn't have Sako in there. We didn't have Arbiter as well. Dillo unfortunately got taken out early. Dillo had a super tough group as well, so I'm hoping we can do a bit better next time. But congrats to 201. You guys are looking awesome. Currently the strongest division, I think we all have to admit. So yeah, good job to both of you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get Tom's thoughts here. Tom, is your microphone working?
嗯，OK，我可以说话。
Hello. Okay, congratulations on your second place. Unfortunate that you didn't win the whole thing, but I mean, you looked incredible. I was really impressed by your season 2 performance. And again, this season you looked awesome. So congratulations.
Thanks。
What was your thoughts about the series altogether? Did you think anything stood out to you in particular?
米神，你对这一次比赛全赛你有什么样的看法？你觉得这一次比赛有什么啊、特点跟其他的比赛不同呢？
我想，MAG1 作为就是钢铁从公测以来最正经的、正式程度最高的一个比赛，我想大家的重视程度，在战术运用上，想赢的那个心思，应该是特别高的。
Okay. So Tom mentioned that MAG1 being one of the most serious competitive events here in Mechabellum. He noticed that there is a pretty significant increase in tactic variety and also just the tactics quality compared to previous tournaments.
Yeah, very cool. How do you think that your nerves played throughout the tournaments? Are you very strong with your mental game or do you get nervous?
你觉得这次比赛中，你的个人的心理素质，呃，如何？你是觉得这一次，尤其是刚刚玩过的7场比赛，你觉得一直心理状态一直保持的很好，还是越往后你自己可能自己内心有一些不安？
基本上来说，我的心态还不错，但是呢，可能比如说这次玩了很多熔点野马的这个局，但是呢，我在对局中发现，可能我的电池的随机不如对面，所以我会有点害怕说，这个在接下来对局中又会进入熔点儿对局中，但是我的熔点儿的电池可能随机不如对面，我会很怕这个，所以会有点犹豫吧。
Okay. Tom mentioned that overall he's been feeling great, especially in the last 7 games. However, since the very first Melter Mustang mirror, there was just a lot of RNG with the EM from the Melter. So when he didn't get the right EM that he wanted, and he was feeling a little bit apprehensive about future Melter Mustangs, and then we end up getting 2 more. So that was affecting his mentality just a little bit.
Yeah, that is very frustrating. Can we get his thoughts on a couple of like key meta stuff right now? For example, blue ore factories, maybe hot dogs, oil, stuff like that.
OK，那米山，那你觉得现在 Mechabellum 中什么样的组合现在可以你觉得是最强的？比如说现在那个2级大车，或者是热狗，或者是其他的，你现在感觉什么样的是最强的呢？
我认为，以湖光为基础，然后配合凤凰，应该是比较强势的组合。
那为什么呢？
嗯，其实一个是湖光的下限很高，然后凤凰的话，作为一个输出很高的空中单位，在前期非常难以针对。其实我们能够看到，大家在前期都会选择出凤凰，因为确实凤凰输出高难针对，是一个很好的选择。
Okay, so Tom mentioned right now he believes the strongest meta combo is actually a Arclight based comp that pairs with Phoenixes. And the reason he mentioned it is because Arclight is still one of the best trafficker units in the game. And Phoenix being a high DPS unit that is also an air unit that you can also get very early in the game. It is just such a well-rounded unit for tempo and also for later scaling.
Very cool. Yeah, I've seen him use a lot of Phoenixes, so not super surprised. My last question for Tom, will you enter the next MAG1 season? Or try to, at least, if you're eligible.
米生，你下一季 MAG1 比赛你还会参加吗
那肯定的。
？Absolutely.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Thank you, Tom. Now we're going to move on to Bear Lake. Bear Lake, are you there? Mr. Bear Lake.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hello. Yes. Welcome. Welcome.
Oh,
Did you enjoy those finals?
yeah, this is one of the most interesting final, I think, since season 1 of MAG1. The season 1 of MAG1 also like super interesting, where Apuchi wins 5
For
games
sure.
in a row. Yeah, and after that we have some not that intense finals, but this time this is the most intense final I've watched in a long time.
Yes. Game 7, finally, compared to the 4-0s. Yeah, super awesome to see. What's your thoughts on the current development of MAG1? Because, we've sort of increased our production value. We now have like heat maps and like some player data. So are you feeling optimistic and happy about how the MAG1 is progressing?
Yeah, I think the MAG1's production is very, very impressive. I never imagined my game gonna be broadcast like this in the past, and now I feel like it's a amazing feeling that to say to watch the MAG1 tournaments being this professional, and it's it made me more optimistic about the esports future of Mechabellum.
Yeah, awesome. Glad to hear that. Well, of course, we're very grateful to you for making this amazing game, and we're all very excited for its future. So, on that topic, is there anything you would like to tell us about, I don't know, future visions, or you can tell us about, I don't know, the design of the new Titan unit coming out, anything like that?
Yeah, it's I think most of you already know that we signed with Dreamhaven for future adventures, and with Dreamhaven's help, I would imagine we can we can put more resource into Mechabellum, especially on the tournament scene, the esports scene. Dreamhaven have lots of people who are very familiar with the esports scene, like StarCraft. So they will be a big help. And from Game River's side, once the season 3 is released on April 3rd, after that we will starting to focus our resource to support more community tournament, all that stuff. That will be one of our most focused area in from for the the rest of the year. So that's the esports part. We are definitely gonna put more resources into it. And for the new units, well, I'm not gonna say too much about it. I would save those for your favorite streamer or YouTuber for them to review. But I have to say the new Abyss and Mountain, those are two of my favorite Titan units, especially The RBC is already super cool. The mountain actually turns out like surprisingly good. We are also already thinking like maybe we can move mountain into 1v1 play in the future.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like it turns out like a surprisingly good. So yeah.
Nice. Well, congrats on all your hard work. We're all really excited for these changes. And yeah, I'm going to wrap things up. So thank you, everyone who tuned in for the interviews. Shout out to WinBig for putting all this together. Yeah, just shout out to everybody. You guys are all awesome. This has been such a great season, and I'm really looking forward to more future stuff. Bye-bye, everybody. Oh, yeah, we're going to move on to engine room chat. Sorry.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Stick around. Or is it happening here? Yeah, it's happening here. Okay. Don't go anywhere. But yeah, we're signing off the MAG1 League. This has been great. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Stony here, jumping in. We're going to be starting our engine room chat right here directly on MAG1 very soon. As some of you might have heard, there is the next season coming in on Thursday next week, which means there's a lot to talk about today. We're not going to spoil too much on some of these new unit stuff, but there's definitely a lot of news that's happened over the last little while. And for those of you who are coming into the engine room chat for the very first time, it is a segment where we ask Bear-like, the game lead, a couple questions to get the current state of the game and also where the game is going. So we're currently at episode number 7. It has been going on for quite some time, and we're just keeping a pulse and also connecting the community to the developers. So we are going to get set up here in just a second. And in the meantime, maybe I'll just keep running my mouth while WinBig and Bear-like is helping up with setting up. One of the coolest things that is coming up next weekend on April 5th and 6th is a special global event called Steel versus Mobile Force. And if you're interested in getting a bit more detail on that, I think the page here is Mechabellum.com. Let me just double check here. Yes. All right. So we're going to go to Play Mechabellum. Actually, let me just post a link right here directly in the chat so everybody has that link. Hold on. All right, so that is a bit of information. And what this event is that everyone is invited to participate as long as you're wearing one of your faction skins, whether you're a Steel or a Mobile Force faction. Whatever you do in-game, whether you're winning the game or you're playing the game or you're taking down specific heroes within the Mechabellum universe, it will all be tracked and be displayed on a global leaderboard. So we're going to have this huge race where both factions and players are trying to beat each other on the global leaderboard. And the winner at the end of these 48-hour event will have a chance to claim an additional skin that is currently not in the game in the style of their team. So for example, if you're Mobile Force, like I am, because Mobile Force is the best, we can collectively decide, hey, the Sandworm, which currently does not have a Mobile Force skin, and it would be super cool to get a Sandworm on a Mobile Force skin, right? And same thing with Steel. If you love Steel and you want to pick a unit collectively, if you win, that is something that you can do. And on top of that, of course, as WinBig have the webpage up there, you get to see some very familiar faces, some of which personally I've watched growing up, right? We have Grubby, we have Tasteless, we have Day9, like just all the big names, and of course a lot of Mechabellum content creators as well. So these personalities are going to act like heroes for the factions, and it's just going to be a huge party. So stay tuned. Between now till next weekend, think about what sort of faction, which faction you want to represent, and get the premium edition, equip your skins, and then we'll see you on the battlefield next Saturday and Sunday. All right, so okay, looks like we are all in the room. Hey, Bearlike, how's it going? Good to see you.
Hi.
First of all, how are you? I mean, there's so much stuff happened in the last 2 weeks. I'd imagine you're super swamped and super tired, and yet you're still here at 1:00 a.m. in China with us. So how are you?
Well, truth be told, I was even more tired like yesterday, but today I had a long sleep. Like I wake up like 4 p.m. so I kind of get my energy back. So yeah.
Oh, fantastic. And I'm sure the 7-game MAG1 final got the adrenaline pumping as well.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's like I haven't seen a crazy game like this. It's not just like a 7 game. The sequence of how each game was win is like keeps the tension high the whole time. Yeah.
Oh man, like game 3 when Scion was down to like 116 HP, and we're like, oh no, this is over. Like I was actually messaging Bearlike at that point. I was like, okay, let's get ready to jump on earlier because it looks like it's Tom was pretty much unstoppable, and then bam, we have like a reverse sweep. That was just freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a few questions for you. First, let's talk about season 3. So we are all very much excited for this season. What are some of your expectations for this new season? For example, on the meta side, are you expecting the meta to change very drastically? Are you expecting it to change more slowly? What are some of your expectations?
I'm expecting. I don't. Well, my prediction. Well, lots of time my prediction is not correct, but my prediction is the meta won't change too much because we are adding won't changing too much on April the 3rd because we are adding especially for 1v1 because it's a Titan unit, so it's not gonna be as impactful as Hound. For the May update where we introduce Void Eye, that unit gonna change the meta a lot because it's cheaper and it will be more common. And also we are like want to make other balance change, and one of my goal for season 3 is like we would like to gradually change the role of Titan unit to maybe make them like more common on the battlefield. Would we succeed? I'm not sure yet, but we would like to try in season 3 to make the Titan unit more common. Yeah.
That's very interesting. I mean, right now the Titan units are exactly that, right? Mostly used as a gut shot, mostly I mean, they're very expensive to bring onto the battlefield, but the issue right now is just Melting Point is such a strong hard counter to anything Titan. So very excited to see what this new Air Titan brings to the battlefield.
Yeah.
Got a few questions on the current meta. Yeah, go ahead, Barry.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say the Abyss are like both Abyss and the Mountain became my favorite Titan unit. Like, yeah, I think they are very awesome.
Nice. So the Abyss unit preview will drop on Monday, and of course the streamers and content creators will be following up with a lot of in-depth content, so you get to see what this unit is all about and how some of the higher level Mechabellum players are using them before the unit is officially rolled out on Thursday. Let's talk about current meta just very quickly. I think the term hot dog came up in the last 3 weeks, and it just kind of swept across the whole landscape of Mechabellum, and now everybody is hot dog this and hot dog that. And last week, I think Surrey posted out a video about hot dog with mass Phantom Ray comp, and then now everywhere I look is hot dogs and Phantom Ray spewing oil, and it's just fire everywhere. How strong do you think this meta is from your perspective, maybe with some data?
Well, I haven't had the data about the hot dog and Phantom Ray collect yet. But from my personal experience, it is a fun strat. But I don't think it's that strong. I tried several times. It definitely is fun. But well, just as you can say in the MAG1 tournament finals, you won't be able to see this kind of strats in this level of tournaments. But still, I think it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. And I understand probably some people don't think it's fun. so the Hound, we are buffing the Hound's sprinkler, the fire extinguisher tech, to make it stronger against ground fire. So maybe this is gonna help to like stop hot dog and phantom strats. But overall, I really don't think it's super strong strats, especially in high level play. But maybe in the future it will be a big part of the meta. If that happened, we're definitely gonna nerf it. But right now, we are still monitoring the situation.
Aside from like Hot Dog Phantom, the Hound itself has also kind of shifted in its public perception. I think there was like this honeymoon phase when the Hound first came out and everybody's running Hound. And then there was this cooled off phase where everyone's like, Hound is not that good. But now it's kind of reheating again with the Hot Dog. What are your thoughts with Hounds right now in the meta?
Hound is like, I think Hound is a very good addition to the game. And it definitely have its role. Right now, the best 100 chaff clear are still Arclight, and so Hound is like not that great against Arclight, and so Hound is like a little bit limited. But I do think Hound has potential, especially in next season. We would like to nerf Arclight a little bit, which will give Hound a more important role in early game.
Very interesting. And I do think that Arclight right now, I mean, when we were creating these hexagon most picked unit animations for MAG1 and we got the data, I think everyone, I think it was like 80% of the top players picked Arclight, or is the most picked unit, it would be the Arclight, and then the second most picked unit is the Mustang. So it's definitely holding up quite well at the highest level. Okay, what are some other strong meta units? So aside from the Arclight and Hound and Phantom that we just talked about, what are some other strong meta units that you've noticed in the last 2 to 3 weeks?
Well, actually, it's just right now. It's just Arclight and Mustang. Arclight and Mustang, those are two most picked units in all MMR range, especially in 2000 plus MMR range. Arclight is picked a lot. In lower MMR range, Mustang is picked a lot because Mustang is like very versatile. So those two units is getting nerfed next season. But I would like to say that overall the unit diversity at the end of season 2 actually is like surprisingly good. We see lots of different units are doing really well. But Arclight and Mustang, it's not like they are super strong. It's just they are maybe too versatile. So it's like especially after the unlock cost reduction, Mustang is like very the pig rate of Mustang increase a lot. So we would like to slightly nerf both Mustang and Arclight, and at the meantime, we would like to slightly buffing other chaff clear unit, because we don't want to create a situation where we just make chaff unit stronger. We still want so right now the chaff and anti-chaff dynamic. We like the dynamic. We don't want the anti-chaff unit. We don't want the chaff unit to be too strong. So we would like to buff other chaff clear units like Hound or like a Sledgehammer to not buff them overall, but buff their chaff clearing ability a little bit, so that we will have more option to clear chaff.
And I love that. And speaking of nerfs, we had one of the most requested nerfs for a long time, which is the Fortress fan production. So now the fan production is producing of the equal amount to the Melting Point's crawler production. Now, since the nerf, how are they performing from just your average gameplay experience, and how are they performing from a data point of view?
I haven't seen it being played on a high level matches for a while, so it's definitely not very strong right now. Maybe a little bit too weak, but all the production tech on Giant, those tech are pretty dangerous when they are strong. So we would rather those tech be a little bit weak than being strong. The fan production wasn't strong before the Stormcaller nerf, but nowadays because Stormcaller is not as strong as before, the fan production is much stronger. But with the nerf, I think that tech is not what it used to be in high level plays.
Okay. Some of the new units, like the Hound or the Raiden, they do not yet have in-game improvement or modification cards. So, for example, the improved card or the mass-produced card or the extended range card. Will there be such cards for these new units in the future?
Yes. More variants for those units will come in next season, and yeah.
Awesome. And in the last two engine room talk, you talk about there are two units that's being reworked completely. One is the Rhino, and one is the Hacker. So I was wondering if there's anything that you can share with us on what you're doing right now with those two units.
Well, for those two units, we do plan to remake, do a completely overhaul. But currently, we don't really have a good progression on those. I'm still trying to figure out how to remake them. But I think after season 3, probably. For season 3, the 29th and 30th unit gonna come into the game, aside of the brawl and survival mode all-in unit. And after season 3, we would like to hold on to add the core units into the game a little bit, and from season 4, we would like to add a little bit more fun units, and at the same time, I would like to spend more time to rework existing unit like Rhino, Hiker, also Fire Badger, and Farseer and Typhoon. Those are all on our list of rework. We would like to somehow do change them a little bit, and yeah. No, not a little
Awesome.
bit, change them a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And just curious, with the Rhino and Hacker, are you still on the early concept stage? Can we throw some ideas at you on, let's say, from Discord?
Yeah. For those two units, they are definitely on the early concept age. Truth to be told, I have no there's no solution I'm satisfied yet.
Awesome. Because I'm sure, and I've seen some very high quality posts on Reddit about unit suggestions. So I'm sure there are a lot of players on Discord just itching to throw some ideas in the pot. So I'll make sure we'll get that started. Let's talk about the new partnership with Dreamhaven a little bit. First of all, congratulations. I think this is a huge move. And now with Dreamhaven partnering up with Game River, will they have any input on this game itself? And how do you think it would change the trajectory of Mechabellum in the foreseeable future?
I think they will have input on the game itself. Generally, Dreamhaven do not. They are not like a traditional publisher. They actually their main focus is making game themselves. The publishing wing of Dreamhaven is like not big, and so they actually is more like developers, less like a typical publisher, and so they like know what developer wants, and they are very respectful to our design choice, and they don't really like to interfere make change to how we develop things. But I do talk to them a little, not a little. I do talk to them a lot, and some of them I consider personal friend. So they are Mechabellum players, so they do have influence on my design choice, just like every other Mechabellum player. So I don't think they have like a special big influence on me, but just consider they do talk to me a lot. So if so, I do like to hear what they think about things, all that stuff. But overall, they are very respectful. Their approach is like very respectful, and they don't really want to like interfering with our development process.
Nice. One thing I love about Mechabellum is the competitive space. So right now, of course, we got MAG1. We're doing a lot of online tournaments. Would there be any major events, maybe like an in-person type of events in the future? Now we're partnered up with Dreamhaven.
Well, a lot of events are still we are still in the planning phase. I think you already know there in April there are lots of different event stuff happening, and I would imagine that in April there will be a lot of more players getting into the game. There are already like more player gets into the game. I think we have like 4K player playing right now, so that's probably the new high in recent months. So there are more promotion events happening, but for offline tournaments, those are still in discussion. I don't have a schedule for offline tournaments yet, but we do like to do more thing for more stuff for the competitive thing of Mechabellum.
Nice. I'm looking forward to it. In your announcement about Dreamhaven, you mentioned that many of the Game River team played Blizzard games growing up. And what were some of your fondest memories? And especially, I'm curious in the memories that or the games that you played that inspire you to make Mechabellum.
Yeah, my most I think the first Blizzard game I played is StarCraft 1. I think that game is awesome.
What was your race?
Well, Zerg. But
Zerg.
yeah, when I was young, it's not like a pick race. It's like every race is like awesome. I play them a lot. I do play Zerg more, but it's not like I ever play them seriously. I was in elementary school, so so it's like, and the first time when I played Zerg, I was shocked by their animation and especially the sound. The sound the Zerg makes, especially when the egg broke, when the egg hatched to different Zerg units. That sound actually scared me a little when I was young. But definitely also that make me like the race a lot. So StarCraft 1 and later Warcraft 3, and well, well, that's kind of, so StarCraft 1 and later Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 probably is one of my most played game ever. Not because I played a lot of Warcraft 3 1v1 game. I do play some of those, but I played tons of custom map of Warcraft 3. And I spent a lot of time in the Warcraft 3 client, not necessarily playing the real Warcraft 3, but all the custom maps.
Customs. Yeah.
Yeah. Those custom maps are awesome. And also Diablo, I do play those. And well, not that much. It's like I'm not the hardcore Diablo players. Once I finish the campaign, that's it. But all those games are like a very fun part of my childhood. They all bring me joy. So yeah, I have very fond memory of all the Blizzard games.
Awesome. So you're a Zerg player. I remember 2 Engine Room chat ago, you mentioned that there might be non-mechanical units coming into the universe of Mechabellum. And I'm just throwing this out there. Are those units that look more like Zerg, or are those units that look more like Protoss?
Well,
You don't have to answer that, but if you want, you can.
well, you want truth? Truth is when we make the. I think this is true for lots of different RTS or strategy game. Like when you make a race, it's really hard to make the race very unique and at the same time like nothing like the old Blizzard faction or race. It's like the Zerg, the Protoss. It's really hard to dodge all the stereotype of those race. But
Sure.
this time, I think we may find a way to somehow make some very unique unit that don't really look like Zerg or Protoss, but also makes sense in a sci-fi setting. So, well, you will see. You will see.
Looking forward to it. I just want to throw it out there. If you ever want to make Mecha Godzilla, I'm all for it. Or even if it's just the skin, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll pay big money for a Mecha Godzilla skin.
Yeah.
All right. Another big news that came out last week. It was kind of like a hidden news because there's so many other things that came out last week. This one was the new chat moderation. Now, how did you come up with the current model, and how do you think it will work moving forward with chat?
Well, right now the channel moderation system is mainly we have this system mainly because I have very clear understanding of my of my ability to actually moderate the chat, because Mechabellum have a extremely diverse community. The player come from all over the world, speaking all different kind of language. If you are speaking English, I can somehow understand it, and but if you are raising some special slur, well, it's gonna be very hard for me to understand if you are cursing or not. And if you are being creative, then well, that's just I don't have the ability. And one of our biggest player base is German. So all the players from Germany, I have no idea what they are talking about, and that means I have no ability to moderate them, and also I by nature do not want to like control what other people would say, I don't think I'm qualified to decide what you can or cannot say most of the time. Like sometimes it's some stuff is just very obviously bad, like advocating for real violence in real life. That is obviously bad. That should be shut down. But for or other speech, whatever speech you like to make, I would like not to. I don't really want to be the judge of that. So that's why we would like the player to vote on whatever you say. And also, just like what I said in my post, the community rating is not really a reflection of your behavior being good or bad. It's just what the perception, what your behavior are in the perspective of other community members. So maybe you didn't say anything wrong, you're just being annoying, and somehow you get reported a lot. Then I think that's definitely gonna happen. So it's not a rating about if you say something wrong or you behave very badly. It's just a rating of if people really want to say what you said there. And also, I also like don't really want like to, even if you are annoying people, I don't really want to make you like shut you up. So in the setting, everyone who like the unmoderated experience, you can go to the setting and you can turn the chat moderating feature off, and you will have the raw experience, raw Mechabellum chat experience, and that all that kind of stuff. And for the rest of you who like some kind of moderation going on, then you can have the moderation setting on, and you will have a maybe cleaner, more moderated chat experience. And that's at least that's the approach we are choosing right now. But in the future, if like somehow this is not enough, then we will do something to the chat. So the baseline is we would like everybody to have a good experience, and I don't really want to make. Well, we want the player to be have a good time in Mechabellum. That's the baseline, and we will try our best to find the solution.
I appreciate the thought that goes into it. I know the community has been requesting this feature for a very long time, and I understand there's no easy solution. But I think this is a fair way of moving forward, and we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I think the census, the population knows what are some of the generally more annoying things that people can say.
Yeah,
so
and the early
we'll
feedback
trust.
on yeah, and the early feedback on the chat is like there are already lots of people are reporting the chat gets better in the past few days. So that's a good sign, I think. And
Nice. Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. All right, I got a few more questions from the community at large, and I'm going to group some of these questions together. So the first question is about the map itself. There were two questions asked. One of the question was asking about maps with higher contrast. I think they were specifically talking about those nighttime maps that are just really dark. And then the second question was about having grids on maps. So first question, how do you feel about the current selection of maps, especially in terms of contrast? Will there be maybe more maps, designs? And then the second is on having an option to turn on grids on the maps so people know where their units are.
well, mount maps, that is something we have been actively seeking for a really long time. And not just different visuals of the map. We want like a different layout and different element on the map. But we haven't found a good way to have it happen to the game yet. But we are still trying to we are still trying for different solutions to bring more map variety into the game. And recently we have some more promising solution that we are testing. That those are like add some of defensive structure or neutral, not neutral, or the map specific unit onto the map to help. Like for example, let's say there's some special sledgehammer in the game. We just put one squad of special sledgehammer on a certain spot of each player's board. That way on round one. That's gonna totally change the dynamic of the game and in a way it actually somehow achieves map variety. But not sledgehammer, not a real sledgehammer. That
So it's
sledgehammer
like a creep. It's like a creep camp from Warcraft.
well, it's a creep.
Well, like
belongs to
Heroes
you.
of Storm, it's like Heroes of Storm, like you have like cannons in the middle.
Yeah. Well, it's a unit belongs to you. You just cannot move it. It's
Okay.
there on round one. You just can't move it. We are testing about it. It feels okay, but it's hard to explain to player what that is. So we are also trying. The other approach is we add a defensive structure on your board on round one. So this will also somehow change the dynamic. Right now, these are all experimentations. So I don't know if they gonna work, but those are what we are trying. And I think maybe we should have like a weekend event where we bring those features into the game, like for 2 days. Then we remove it, and maybe those can be a very good testing method in the future. I'm not sure about it yet. They still need lots of work. Yeah.
I love the idea of like an experimental weekend. Like as long as you set up the expectation that none of this is final and people are just having fun here, it can really shake up the way that the game is perceived for 2 days, and it could be super fun because those are the moments where both top level players and also new players might actually be closer in their ability to deal with these new changes. So that could be super fun to have. What about the map grids? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that we should add an option to turn on the grid on the map. That's just not That's not a discussion. It's just
It's
something
already
we
on the
should
roadmap.
do that we haven't done it yet. It's like the undo button. Just finally, it will be there. But it's just,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, it's working.
Eventually, yeah. Eventually, you will have it.
We'll have it. All right, guys, you heard it here. We will have it. Undo button is coming. I think, Bear, like you said, sometime in May. It's
Yeah.
already there in the testing ground, but
Yeah.
I think it's coming in May.
Yeah. It's gonna be in the 1v1 2v2 mode in the May 22nd.
Absolutely awesome. All right, next question. So this season, MAG1, we wrote out a couple data-based elements. So most notably is the heat map that we have at the beginning of every game. And that got a lot of players super excited. We've had so many comments asking about, okay, I want to see what my heat map looks like. So this is kind of a related question, both information about the player, maybe some sort of persistent information about the player, and also maybe information after the game. What is there any plans on adding more stats for the player experience?
I think we should add more stats, more to the game for people to analyzing their games. That is something definitely is a plus for the game, and it will make the player experience better. But it's just a matter of where should we put our resource
Absolutely.
into. So it's like there's so many different. Like I always
I
have
know.
tons of different ideas that whenever I get a shower, there's like 10 ideas pop up, and I would like to implement all of them, but we don't have that much resource. So we need to choose, and we need to kill the features. But the good news is like the unit roster. I'm feeling better and better about the current unit roster. So we probably don't have that much pressure on making new units, especially making a new core unit. So we will have a little bit more resource to spend on improving all the other stuff. So right now I don't have a ETA for this kind of feature, but if we have the time, we definitely want to do it.
Yeah, and that sounds great. I mean, us at MAG1, we'll just keep putting new things and putting things in test markets, so you know what the players really want, and then we'll work with you hopefully to get some more permanent features in the game. Now, speaking of units, so we know that core units were almost reaching, at least in the short-term future, the end of the core unit roster. One thing I noticed that has remained unchanged for a very long time are actually the 3 purchasable items. So I'm talking about the sentry missile, the shield, and the anti-missile device. It has always been those 3 for as long as I can remember. Is there any thoughts on maybe expanding those items a little bit?
Yeah, we actually, our artists actually made a lot of other stuff like that, and also different kind of tower, all that stuff. The issue with it is it takes time to implement, and it takes time to balance them. So although we already have some of the art assets for new device and different tower type, we are not sure how to put them into the game yet. So it's like the weekend event thing.
The experiment weekend, yes.
Yeah, the experiment weekend probably should be where we like try different stuff. Yeah, but right now, I don't have an ETA for a new device. Yeah.
Fair enough. Now let's talk about units a little bit more. You mentioned once you get through the unit roster, you're going to be focusing on unit technology and reworks. Right now we have nerfs and buffs of or group nerfs and group buffs, right? For example, we have Photon, that is kind of a group buff. We have the Farseer Radar, that's kind of a group buff, and then we have the Degen Beam from the Wraith, which is like a group nerf to your opponent, anyways, and then it is slight buff to your own units. One thing we don't have is a group heal option. So, is there any thoughts for like a healer units in the future?
Well, we made the 3D model of healing drones. So we already made them. We just don't have enough time to implement them. But they are not unit. They are equipment and tech. So we have planned there will be tech that can send out healing drones to heal other units or yourself, and also there should be like equipment. Once you equipped it, then several healing drones will like surrounding you, follow you, and there are other drone type equipment. We have like made the model of, but we just do not have the time to implement them yet. And once again, there's no ETA. Just we have some. There's tons of like plan. We just implement half of it, and just stay there for a long time. Yeah.
No, that's no problem. I mean, when the Raiden was first introduced, before the unit was even on test server with just a picture, a lot of us thought, hey, that looks like a certain unit that we know from StarCraft. So we got super excited. And it's like, oh, okay. Maybe we'll finally get to see some MMM in Mechabellum. So that's just a thought, right? If you want to make Raiden even more utility based, because right now it seems like half the player uses Raiden to as an attack unit, and the other half as an oil sprinkler. So maybe there could be a third group. Just a thought.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah. Oh, you mean a Phantom Ray, not Raiden?
Oh, no. Yes, Phantom Ray. Sorry, I
Oh,
mixed
okay.
those two units up. Phantom Ray.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes,
I was
yes.
kind of confused.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Next question is on unit skins. I think you mentioned this last time, but for those of you that are watching the engine room chat for the very first time, the question is, now we have the Steel Mobile Force, and then we have a bunch of new skin, like for example for the Worm, that's going to be released. What are the next round of skins look like? Are they just going to be simple color changes, or is there going to be more significant changes to the unit design?
There will be both. There will be like a very significant change of the model. Those kind of type of skin we are making. Some of those like completely change the unit model. You still understand it is the same unit, but it will be a big change to unit model, and there will be special effects that special to those skins. And then there are also will be like more like a color change to the unit. And we have like we have received some feedback where people are really like the mobile force skin, the clean look. They like the more clean texture, all that stuff. So we are looking to maybe make more of those kind of skin. Where there are Gundam fans, there are so anime fans, they want those kind of skin more. So we are looking to maybe make more of those skins. But yeah, our approach is this: if our artist like produce lots of stuff, but the programmer haven't have the time to implement them yet, then the artist will moving on to make new skins while waiting the programmer to implement it, new mechanic and all that stuff. And once like those feature gets implemented, then our artists will move on to make like other more important, more unique stuff other than skins. So that's how. So the how many skin we make completely depend on how fast can our engineer implement stuff and the mechanic. If the engineer like making stuff super quick, then the artist won't have time to make skins. So that's how we arrange things here.
So is that a suggestion that if you want to have more skins, we should request for more complex game functions?
Well, sometimes that actually is just you say it's like a joke, right? But whenever we like hit something that's very difficult to implement, then the artist is just gonna produce lots of skins.
For the skins, now we actually, I remember speaking with you about 4 months ago about skins, and we were talking about how there's no skins for the chaff unit. And at the time, I remember you saying it was very difficult to make skins for the chaff unit because they're just so small. So how do you make the skin that's impactful, but also not taking up all your system resources? There's going to be like hundreds of them on a board. But now we have a special skin for the crawler, we have a special skin for the fence, and we are missing from the OG chaff, but we're not counting Hound because he's the newcomer. The OG chaff, Wasp, don't have a skin yet, and I'm just wondering, is there a place for a Wasp skin on the roadmap?
Well, yes, one of them, our artist has spent a little time to like make a wasp skin where the wasp looks like a real wasp, and
Like a
kind of
bumblebee wasp.
kind of to look like a real wasp too much. We haven't put that into the game yet, but that skin gonna need some tweak before we put it into the game. But yes, we would like to add a wasp skin into the game.
Sweet. One more question. Right now, with the in-game camera system, I remember there was some talk about this is being worked on, and I'm just wondering, is there any updates on the in-game camera system and where we are right now?
Yeah, we have actually stopped the development of the in-game camera system like a while ago because there's too much stuff happening around the Scion 3 launch. It's just we don't have enough people to work on all the stuff, so we have to stop the development of the in-game camera system. And but I would like to resume the development of that in the future, but probably I think it won't be there in season 4. But after season 4, maybe, because for season 4 is where we would like to push for more tournament support stuff, and after that we will see if we can have better in-game cameras.
Nice. All right. Well, that is all the questions I have from the community.
Yeah.
And we're very excited. And first of all, thank you, Bear, for staying this late for us and answering our questions. Very excited for the next week. We got so many cool things that's coming up. Out of curiosity, Bear, Steel or Mobile Force?
Well, I was on the Steel side before I use them in the game. Now, when I use them in the game, I became more and more appreciate the Mobile Force. So, but still, well, it's like I betrayed the Steel team, and I like the Mobile Force team more.
Nice. I see Steel saying in the chat, Steel saying, I'm going to guess your skin is Mobile Force, right? All right. Well, thank you very much, Bear for joining us today. And thank you, all of our viewers today, for staying for this long. I know we had a 7-game MAG1 finals. It was super epic. And we're also staying in for the Engine Room chat. So I really appreciate you. And in the meantime, get out there, get some games in, get the premium skin, premium edition if you haven't already. Make sure you make up your mind on which faction you're going to support on the weekend, and we'll see you on the battlefield. Take care, guys.
Bye bye.